Thank you so much for being patient, everybody. I know we're delayed by quite a lot, but thank God that you guys are very patient. I guess it's because you're in publishing, so you probably have to be. I think probably a lot of people were wondering who we are and how we got here doing a book festival when we're not necessarily part of the community. And I'm speaking for myself because I know my uni, Nonhlanhla Mashazi, she's been walking these corridors of literature and art for quite a bit. She was the founder of the Sana Africa Festival, which also celebrates arts and culture from around the continent. But for me specifically, my background is sales, marketing, and then content, which is why you see so much content about the Africa Book and Design Festival. I guess we met, we fell in love because of our love for African culture. And I guess naturally when you say African culture as an African, the next thing you want to say is Black culture. But I thought about it last night as I was looking at the program, and I said, you know, Africa is so diverse. This is why we have a panel tomorrow talking about the importance of telling stories of our diversity, because there's Africans from all races, all creeds who call Africa home. And I know for us Black people, it's a little bit touchy to have to share the spotlight because it's been hogged from us for so long, you know. We really want to push Black culture and Black power. And I'm very much about that because I do believe we definitely should have spaces for Black people because we still have a long way to go when it comes to nailing down our identity as Black Africans. But when you look at where the world is today, it's just impossible for this story to go on with us staying in the little groups that we are. I think Joanne Joseph said it best yesterday on the Twitter space. She said, it's stories that were used to divide us. The perceptions we have of each other, the reasons we have all these divisions amongst us, it's stories that we're told to divide us. And so for this particular event, I thought, I hope that's what we all take away from that we can use story to bring us together. And I hope that everybody in the room sees the vision of what we're trying to do, because yes, content has evolved so much and streaming and movies and film have taken over, but literature, which was my first love of content, I think is so important. And you guys in this room, I think, are so important because you guys have traveled and lived many lives through books. You've transcended race already. You've transcended all these divisions that divide us. Because in books, you are able to live as a white heroine from the 19th century. You've traveled to space. And so that's why I think it was so important for us to elevate literature so that we don't lose it as we go into the new age of technology and AI, because we really need it, especially for our children, for them to actually have a decolonized mindset. And so that is who we are, and that is why we're doing this. So thank you so much for being here, and I really look forward to continue growing the relationships that I've started in this room, and we'll make literature as relevant as all other forms of content. So thank you very much. So to start the session, we're going to start with Mandla Langa, his new book, The Lost Language of the Soul. The reason I wanted it to be the first session is because he said in one of the interviews that the lost language of the soul speaks to the lost language of Africans. We've lost the language that connects us. And I think we can go as far as saying the lost language of humanity. You know, I think humanity has lost that language that connects us. And that's why I thought this would be the perfect session to start, so that we can invite everybody to rediscover that lost language so that we can connect and build this new narrative that is inclusive. So please welcome Mandla Langa to the stage. Sewela is joining us via stream, so I'll leave it to the virtual team.
No, it's okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Africa Book and Design Festival. My name is Sewela Langeni. It's my honor today to be part of this occasion and getting the opportunity to once again discuss the lost language of the soul, with Ramanda Langa, in the context of this festival. This is an exciting novel that is set in two countries on the African continent in the 1980s. Good morning, Bramanda. How are you?
I'm okay, Sewela. Good morning to you too. You are breaking up now. You are breaking up now and then. Maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Tech team, is it better now?
Well, we can see you also.
Oh, great. Awesome. Awesome. So I'm glad that we get to discuss the book again. We discussed it last week at Book Circle Capital. And under this theme of connecting the past, present, and future of African literature, I think this book is a perfect example of this, connecting the past, the present, and the future, because it speaks of a borderless Africa where no one can really lay claim on one identity. Is it the correct observation?
I'm trying to get your question. The audio is not very good.
Oh, I sincerely apologize for that. We did the test and everything was fine. So I was saying that the book fits perfectly to this theme where we say that we're connecting the past, the present, and the future, because the book speaks of a borderless Africa where no one can really lay claim to one identity. Is this then a correct observation?
Yes, I think it's a very correct observation. First of all, I would like to thank everyone who is connected with this morning's session and arranging this festival, and also bringing in Sewela, whom I've met before twice, and we've had conversations around various books. The lost language of the soul was, of course, conceived with the past in mind, but much more importantly, with Africa in mind. The past, because we cannot ever run away from it. The past is always with us. And Africa is, of course, our heritage, our birthplace, and also the source of our pain if we look and see at what is happening today. So the book tries to grapple with a number of themes, a number of circumstances. It tries to bring in some of the things that happened in the past to try and see if we can look at them, if we can examine them, so that we can chart a way forward to the future. In a sense, then, it's not trying to be didactic or instructive. It's not trying to be one of those books that speaks of very, very, very glorious kingdoms of the past. It just speaks about the lives and loves, the triumphs and tears of our people in various stages of their trajectory towards this present-day South Africa, present-day Zambia, present-day any other country you can think of, because what is happening in South Africa is probably happening elsewhere.
Correct. And last week when we spoke, you spoke about this amnesia that's happening amongst us, where facts are being misrepresented, there's fake news, there's new commentators that are coming into the space. How important are books like this in reminding even us, the newer generation who would have not been around when some of the events captured in the book are being spoken about?
You know, the so-called old generations also depended on books to start building a lot of things, including finding possibilities, gems of for policy reasons. I think that one of the things I've said elsewhere is that the South African public is probably the most, especially the white community, is probably the most lied to community on earth, because it has had to believe in the mythology that has been evolved throughout time, mythology that came out of colonial conquest, and mythology that came out of apartheid depredations. And unfortunately, the black community has also, in a sense, imbibed some of these lies. And so books tell sometimes exceedingly uncomfortable truths about our lives, about our reality. And we have to now and then go back into them to have a reality check. Yesterday was a milestone day of a sort. It was, I'm sure, 11th of November. 11th of November is a day when MPLA in Angola started its revolutionary exploits. And so it's a day that is really, really respected in terms of struggle. It's also a day, strangely enough, when one of apartheid's last presidents passed away. And so there is a certain symmetry about those dates in terms of what started as a struggle elsewhere, and the people who were the architects and the engineers and the handmaidens of that struggle, of the pain that caused that struggle, like de Klerk, you know. So in a sense, we will find it, history is going to record this, and perhaps the future generations are going to read this and make their own minds, and also choose their own weapons.
Though the book is set in 1985, I found that it touched on topics that South Africa and the rest of the continent continue to grapple with today, like xenophobia, poverty, the breakdown of the family unit, crime, and many other. I suppose this was intentional on your part.
The book's genesis was in 2008, when in South Africa there was that xenophobic violence, and then in 2015, again, same thing, where we had that ghastly picture of the Mozambican, the Burning Man. For me, then, there started to be a consciousness about what if we tell a story about, from the point of view of the alphabetos, the people who are the kith and kin of the Burning Man. But my experience is in Zambia, is in Botswana and Angola. Mozambique, I am familiar with it, but not to that extent. So I then chose a young man, a 14-year-old, half Zambian, half South African boy, to be the interlocutor, to be the main protagonist of the story. And the book starts in 1985, which we must remember was one of the bloodiest periods in the struggle in South Africa, in the struggle in the international community, across the SADC countries, where all these cross-border raids happened. And it speaks then of the connectivity of Africans insofar as blood is concerned, because people bled, even the people in the host countries, they bled for South Africa, or together with South African fighters. And what was then happening then is still happening today, in accordance with your question. We are still finding people bleeding in South Africa and bleeding in the neighboring countries because of the aftermath of what apartheid did, or apartheid force did, to those countries.
I like the quote. You say, connectivity of Africa insofar as blood is concerned, and we still see that to this day. I enjoyed your use of different languages in the book, from the languages spoken on the continent in Zambia to a little bit of Russian, a little bit of Tsotsitaal. Is this part of what informed the title, The Lost Language of the Soul?
Yes, to a very large extent. I think South Africans are people who are very versatile with languages. And I think there's a myth also that as South Africans, we are only here, we are the original occupants of this place. All of us, and it might come as news to you, all of us are actually refugees. We come from elsewhere. So please disabuse yourself of that notion. The only people that can afford to be xenophobic against us are the Khoi San, the San people, the original occupants of this place. But coming to your question, I believe that the languages spoken in various parts of the southern African part of the continent, in fact, almost going all the way to the north, in Chad, you'll find people who have got a certain kinship, a relationship with our own linguistic patterns. So we need our scholars to go into that, to find out, for instance, all these migrations that took place during the wars in the past, all these people that went and became part of some foreign legion somewhere, and then respected the injunction in the Bible, which says, "Go ye there and multiply." They multiplied elsewhere, and they gave us the languages that we speak. They gave us the kind of resonances we have when it comes to culture, when it comes to a host of things, culinary, and so on and so forth.
Beautiful. I love how you write various women into history in the book. Very often when we read books that have that talk about liberation struggle, we get very little about the role of women. I love the role of Mrs. Violet, the commander-in-chief, guiding the guerrillas through rough terrain. And Gogo Mulubya, Auntie Sis Juma, Auntie Malevo. There are many others. Speak to us about this. What did you want us to get from this?
Well, I always believed in one thing which might sound as a joke, but when a mother says to you, "I brought you into this earth and I can also take you out," I take that seriously. And so I'm duty-bound to respect the people with that kind of power. But much more seriously, I have witnessed the strength of women in many parts of the struggles. In fact, if you look at the struggles in Angola, they are women who are the ancestors that brought that about. In Zimbabwe, we speak of Mbuya Nehanda. So for me, these are some of the very important, I would say, motifs or tropes that need to be brought into our writing. And of course, it's a country, South Africa is a country that is notorious for its treatment of women insofar as violence is concerned. So there has to be, on the side of writers, a conscious creation of a counter, a measure to ensure that the respect that has got to be accorded to women also lasts or exists in cultural artifacts like books, because these are going to be read long after all of us have turned into dust. And then I had to also look at my own children, whom I would want, who are women, and I would want them to grow into strong women that will make their footsteps felt on this earth. And so the women commander, Sis Violet, for me, when I was creating her, came out a composite of all these very strong threads that we find in literature, in real life, in ever so many places.
Yeah, and I really, really thank you for that, because you wrote her so beautifully into the book. I'm gonna ask 2 more questions, and then I'll hand over in the room to allow the audience there to also ask questions. Now, young man Joseph, are there elements of your story in his story? Because you also have, an exile, pastor in exile. As I was reading, I was wondering, are there some pieces of you in Joseph?
I think all books inevitably, especially novels, will have a bit of the author in them or the author's life in them. The most important thing is, of course, not to write an autobiography. That's another story altogether. But it's also observation. What do you see? Who do you see? And Joseph is 14 years old. I had to reach deep into my own memory of a time in the olden ages when I was 14 years old. And I also looked around me. I looked at other young people. I read a lot. I saw that 14 was an age of transition in many cultures. It's an age of young men reaching manhood. And so it was for me a great, good, appropriate platform to then on which to base this character. Some of it, my own life, I've always observed betrayals. I've always been very interested in the fact that what you see invariably, especially in struggle, is not what you get. And so that theme runs through the book, runs through some of my other books because of what I've seen and of what I've witnessed and what has happened to our own family. And so, in a sense, then, the overarching spirit of the book is for people to read, observe, and also verify and watch and be aware of where they are and why they are where they are.
In the end, what would you want the reader to take away from Lost Lamp of the Soul? And I know we spoke when you were at the shop last week that there could possibly be more books that come out of this. What would you want the reader to take away from it?
You know, without being preachy, I'm interested in the fact that we as writers who are reaching their horizon or their sunset, as it were, also learned from others. We learned from, the drum generation, a host of people that wrote very wonderfully about the human experience. And I would like the young people to learn something about themselves in some of the things that we write, in some of the things that we do. But much more importantly, for them to fashion their own language, to fashion their own, how to say this, paint their own canvas of the kind
Yeah.
of world that they would like to see, they would like to live in.
That's so good. Paint their own world of the world they'd like to see. And in this context of this festival, paint their own Africa of what they'd like to see. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand back to the room. I don't know if there are any questions. Tech support will assist you with that. Ramanda, thank you so much once again
Thank
for
you.
this discussion.
Thank you, Sewell. Thanks a lot.
Any questions in the room?
If there are no questions, I'm going to ask questions.
There's one. Please ask it, then I'll repeat it because the mic, we don't have a roaming mic because of COVID.
I haven't read all your book, but I've just had a glimpse of your book. And when I did, not repeating what Suela has just said, I just thought it was an autobiography or a memoir. Somehow. First time I'm saying it, but I felt like now that you've said some of us who write towards their sunset, don't you think you should indulge us in your actual autobiography? Just now, a clip of us saying, because we just relate the book to your life. So I thought maybe, did you feel a bit threatened or scared of naming the betrayers that you talk about in your memoir or in your autobiography? That I hope you're right. After this, you can now name the betrayers, whom some of us probably would like to hear about. And yeah, that would be interesting to me because I also wrote a book which also is going to be my memoir, but I was also with the family that was in Zambia, someone
Okay.
that you write about, I relate to, and yeah.
I'll answer the question this way. I think that I've always thought that you have got to be a special person to write an autobiography or a memoir. And I've not seen myself as being that special person. And even though I speak of going to the sunset and the rest of it, I still hope to enjoy a lot of sunrises and sunsets. I think that the only thing I can say regarding an autobiography is that if you read what we can call a whole oeuvre of a writer, the whole collected works, you will then be able to find glimpses or pieces of that person. If it comes to, because in reading a book, I think it's always better to make your own conclusion. A book is a gift to people. It's also a gift to yourself. And in that gift, you will make your interpretations. And in those interpretations, I think you'll come incredibly close to the truth of what that person who wrote the book was trying to say or who that person is. There is, I think my most personal story came out, or the very personal story of our family came out in A Memory of Stones. I'm not trying to sell you other books. I'm just saying that that's where you might conceivably find more information. But I'm not kicking that suggestion away. One day I'll get self-indulgent and write an autobiography.
Any other questions? I will ask a question. When you look at the environment today, especially with young people, and I'm talking about Gen Z, how do you think they can connect to something like the lost language of the soul?
I think the Gen Zs, as you put it, have got their own lost language of the soul to contend with. I think that the kinds of, how can I say this, hurdles that we had to overcome were perhaps a lot clearer in that, without this becoming a pun, apartheid, for instance, fighting against apartheid, it was in black and white. There were now and then shades of gray, but it was quite clear what it is that one was involved in. But there is a certain thing that is very dangerous about the period that we thought we had been fighting against, in the sense that it blinded us to who we really were, or what our reality is in real terms. I think it was James Baldwin who said, when people find themselves bereft of their hatreds, then they find themselves left with pain. We are finding ourselves left with pain because we have taken away that thing which we fought, which in a sense, in a paradoxical manner, united us. We forgot that Sis Rose is Motswana, Sis Tembi is Mupedi. We were all facing this 900-pound gorilla. And so when the gorilla went away, we then started to look at each other and we started seeing the differences that, unfortunately, the gorilla, through the policies it had enacted, made sure that they left us with that. So we are left with a time bomb, with a device that is exploding every day, and that is feeding us this poison of separateness. We thought that we had fought it, but actually it has come back to haunt us and is much, much stronger because it's in our immediate environment. Having said that, I think that the battles that in the past we knew the gender issues were quite clear-cut. Today, the gender issues need to be revisited on an everyday basis. People are discovering a host of things that our eyes sort of just glided over. My daughter fights me when I when I use certain pronouns. Says, how do you know it's a she? And so on and so forth. So there are many battles that people are grappling with. There are the battles of the environment. You are seeing what's happening in Glasgow right now. Young people are out there because for them, the future is intrinsically bound with what happens to this world, to this environment, to the climate, and so on and so forth. So Generation Z has got its own mission. And its mission is also to keep us, the dinosaurs, in check, to make sure that we don't continue messing up things for them, because they are going to be the inheritors, what one can call an inheritors of a blasphemed past, you know.
Any other questions?
There's a question at the back.
Thank you. The question I wanted to ask is, when you speak about the fact that, Ramandla, that post-1994, we've almost gone back to our separate identities. So I wanted to ask you whether you think that that was a natural, organic process, or whether perhaps, I don't know, the politics of the time pointed us in those directions. And then where exactly are we now? Are we both? Are we behind on this road to togetherness, or what we used to call unity in diversity? Thank you.
I think when we were united, when we were part of the politics of unity, we missed doing an analysis of who we were. We just said, I mean, I come from a number of political orientations. I woke up as a 7-year-old boy and saw myself in a school, in a place in Mayville, where we had Indians, we had colored, so-called. I'm using South African definitions, and there was a sprinkling of whites. Mayville was cosmopolitan. And I grew up in a family where my father was a minister of religion. He was highly respected, although he didn't earn a lot, but he was highly respected in the neighborhood. And so it's only when we were then moved, because due to the Group Areas Act, from Mayville to Chesterville, which was a much better, but was still segregated. And then we moved to the Belly of the Beast, to KwaMashu, where the township, you had no illusions as to what the regime thought of you. But in the house, in my father's house, there was a lot of reading, and there was a lot of talking and discussion about politics. And I had good brothers who were very, very, active in this whole thing. And although they tried to get me to become what they were studying, because they were studying to become lawyers, and they wanted me to join them when I went to university, and then we'd have a law firm of 3 brothers, which was going to be called Langa and Langa and Langa. That didn't happen. I then was part of the Black Consciousness Movement, where we believe that anyone who is oppressed, be they Indian, colored, or African, so long as they faced this behemoth, this hurdle of oppression, they identified as one person, one image, one united front, as it were. And I think that was a period then where no one was playing any guessing games as to what the nature of the beast was. We also, at the same time, read, we had access to books, mostly banned books, which gave us an understanding of what was going on in other countries. What the Black Power movement, for instance, was doing in the United States, and what was happening in Cuba, what was happening in various parts of the world. And then after exile, after leaving in 1976, I became a member of the African National Congress. I must say that the politics of the ANC had been weaving through from the time when I was 7 years old, although I'm not like Julius Malema, who became an ANC member at age 9. We won't go into that. The truth of the matter is that many political movements, as you well know, the world over, have labored, have struggled over this question of identity. Who are we? I'll give you an example. In Angola, in the late 80s, soon after Agostinho Neto passed away, there started to be very huge reactions around the national question, because there were Angolans who were seen as being of mixed blood. Others were white, people like Lucio Lara, Igo Carrera, and so on and so forth. So there started to be a reaction within the MPLA itself, which had, when they were fighting the Portuguese, had been united. That thing had never come up. But suddenly, people regarded themselves, some as Ovimbundu, as Kikongo, as this and that. So I think the long answer to that question would be to say that perhaps at the very start of the liberation struggle, there should be also an insistence, a very huge educational process that takes place that deals with what we call the national question. Because if that is not done, the opportunities come into play. The present conjuncture that South Africa finds itself right now is one where opportunists have really worked very hard, and they might, if we don't watch it, have the upper hand, because they've found those fault lines, those pressure points of our separateness, and they are using them, shoving the knife to the hilt to make sure that the separation becomes so problematic that it threatens our journey as a country that's seeking one thing, a democracy, prosperity, and So how do we then, when we ask ourselves this question, how do we then fight that? I think we fight that by making sure that the fake news, which inevitably brought us almost to a standstill on the 12th of July, become neutralized. Maybe the role of the youth today would be to look at the issues of technology, to say, what can be done? What are the mechanisms? What are the apps that can be evolved, so that fake news becomes as clear as day, so that people are not hoodwinked. Things like that. I'm not sure, but I think we are a work in progress as a democracy.
One last question.
Tilly?
I would like to ask, what is your perspective
I think we can. The most important thing is, you know, if you go to other countries, there are countries where you have all these stratifications, but they are so unimportant, they are just by the by. You know, the thing that creates those differences is not the differences themselves, but is the fear that that exists among the powerful, who then make sure that we are kept, all of us, you know, on our separate platforms, because it is quite clear once we have our own thought, we think in a unified way, their exploitation will be threatened. And so it's up to us to, in our own small corners, to make sure that we keep on keeping on preaching the gospel of what it means to be human, because at the end of the day, the irreducible thing is that we're all human beings. Yeah.
Thank you so much. That was phenomenal. Before we let you go, I'll ask one question, because I also have a Gen Z daughter who tells me the same thing, that how do you know that it's a he or she? And I always say to her, you're going to have to give us some time to get used to these things. And me and you are from different generations. And the one thing I do pick up in their conversations as Gen Z, especially for somebody your age, they think boomers will never understand that. How have you opened your mind to even accepting something like that, especially coming from the generation that you come from?
Well, I've got no choice. I've got no choice. I have to, however old you are, you might be 100 years old, you've got to make peace with the world in which you live. And the only way to make peace with the world you live in is to accept that things change and the world changes. And you have got to change with the world. So that's how I've come to accept. Some of it is very hard to accept, but at the end of the day, you have to.
Thank you so much. That was the perfect closing. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
We're going to take a 5-minute break just to allow the publishers to get mic'd up, and then we will pick up with the publishers panel. Thank you so much, everybody.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Nonhlanhla Mashazi, and I am the director of the Africa Book and Design Festival. This morning, as you can see, our arrangement's pretty casual, so I'd like to reverse the normal protocol procedures of welcoming guests with everyone's indulgence, please. Because we're speaking to an audience that's in the room and an audience that is online, I'd like to start off by saying welcome to all of our people who are watching us on YouTube and every other platform. We're grateful for you to be part of the Africa Book and Design Festival, and we hope you will continue to support us throughout the next 3 days. We're very thankful also and like to welcome the audience that is here today. I know in these challenging times of COVID, it takes 2-3 breaths before you make a decision to actually go into a public space. So we're really appreciative of your attendance, and we'd like to welcome you to our festival. The next and most important people that I'd like to welcome are the publishers, the critics, the journalists, the writers, who actually bring all these experiences and content to life, who take this content and share it with our various audiences that are in all parts of the country and all parts of the continent and the region. Thank you for coming, and we welcome you to our festival. To the authors, thank you for continuing to tell our African story. Without you, we would not be having this opportunity to share the lives and experiences of our people, the narratives of our people. Without you, we would not be able to bring Africa and Africa's content to life. So we are grateful for your presence, and thank you for being part of the book festival, and we welcome you, and we hope we'll continue this journey together in the future. To our sponsors, without which we would not have any of the resources to pull this off and put it together. I'd like to thank Techno for their technical support, for Trace for their online presence, Showmax, also for the initiative that we're starting on Saturday, where we're bringing books into movies, into life, into series, which will be an exciting conversation. Also like to thank Power FM for carrying us on the radio platform across the country, on the internet, as well as across the Gauteng region. So thank you very much. But more importantly, I'd like to thank the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, without whom which absolutely this would not have happened. The Department of Sports, Arts and Culture took quite a, if you want to say, visionary, revolutionary step with us on this journey, looking at, hey, why don't we look at how we make literature more accessible to younger audiences, to newer audiences, and how do we partner with other players to make literature come alive on different platforms. In the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, I'd really want to give a hearty thank you to Ms. Lisa Combrink, who's sitting here next to me. We walked the journey, sorry, I forgot your title, I apologize. She's the Chief Director in the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture. We walked the journey of thinking this through, and when we put it forward and we had the conversations, there were many, many meetings where we brainstormed and finally came up with how do we make this particular festival happen. I really would like to thank you, Lisa. Thank you very much for trusting us to be able to do this, and thank you for walking with us on this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, Lisa Combrink, Chief Director of the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture.
Thank you, Nonhlanhla, and good morning to those who are present with us today. And a special good morning to Rose Francis, who I recognize from the platform, who has been one of our foremost sort of Black women publishers in this country, and who has done so much work to make us shine, but also to make the authors of the African continent shine. And unfortunately, because I'm not wearing my spectacles at present, I can't see the other rows, or else I would acknowledge those who are there as well. But I think I want to also acknowledge the organizers of this event, not just you, Nonhlanhla, but the team we see around us. And then, of course, also those who are watching from their places of work and their places of home.
hopefully all around the continent. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Ministry and the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture. And I think that we must acknowledge that we meet here today in challenging times for the world community, for Africa as a continent, and also for our country. We are confronted with having to safeguard human lives, ensure sustainable livelihoods, protecting our planet, as we've just seen with COP26, and putting the needs of people and planet first, and strengthening our democracy. But as a country, we're also dealing with the stubborn legacies of colonialism and apartheid, which still manifests itself today in poverty, unemployment, inequality. And yet, in the midst of these challenges, we are also expected to work towards economic growth and development, social progress, and the flourishing of our culture, our literature, and our languages. Look, I don't know what that alarm bell went ringing for. We do this when in our daily activities, we are still curtailed in order to prevent the spread of the virus. Community life must still continue. This festival must still continue, because to embrace our literary outputs is to give a message to the world that to protect and sustain ourselves, we must do so at local level. So the Ministry of Sport, Arts and Culture, at the initiative of Minister Nathi Mthethwa himself, since 2015, has been hosting and supporting African celebrations, commemorations, programs, as part of promoting cultural understanding, encouraging a Pan-African identity, forging African unity, but also creating spaces for dialogue and understanding, as encapsulated in the Charter for African Cultural Renaissance, and through the commitments to implement the ideals of the AU Agenda 2063. So every year since then, we do a whole series of Africa Month events. And we hope that these events serve as a platform to unite the continent and share the sharing of African culture, values, and diversity. So the Africa Month lecture and colloquia program, which we also do, and which in a way has preceded this festival, seeks to deepen awareness and consciousness of our African arts and culture, and also to strengthen socio-economic integration. I think it's important for me to be able to reiterate some of the key objectives of this program, because our support for this festival is really linked to those. And it's the first one is the whole question of exploring African identity and culture. Just before this session, of course, we had Bramandla Langa here with us, and I think he spoke at quite a length around the complexities of African identity. For us, this also serves to build social cohesion through dialogue, especially cross-generational dialogue. Civil society, government, but also younger generations. We also want to promote critical thinking on issues that affect our future and the world, and have audiences propose solutions to these challenges. We would want to promote African languages and African worldview to deconstruct the meaning of race and racism from African points of view. But you know, this year is also the year of Charlotte Maxeke. So we also want to learn from her contribution and that of her generation. So in the programs that we've had from 2015 up until now, we've had series of lectures. Speakers who have been physically present have included Ben Okri, I think it was in Pretoria, Professor Wole Soyinka, who spoke in 2016 in Soweto, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who we had in Thohoyandou, Mirelle Fanon Mendes, France, who we took to KwaMashu, and Linton Kwesi Johnson in Johannesburg. So support for today's festival has been grounded in this approach. And it really follows the idea as well that this year is the Africa year. Because since the AU theme for 2021 focuses on the AU year of arts, culture, and heritage, levers for building the Africa we want. And as you are well aware, that globally the cultural and creative industries play a key role and a significant role in contributing to countries' GDPs. And I think there's also greater recognition nowadays of the importance of these industries in bringing about economic development. So the creative arts are major contributors to Africa's growth, and therefore it is important that we continue activities such as this particular one. Creativity must become the order of the day as we rethink and reshape our lives, as we restore, revolutionize, and renew our economic and social development, but also expand the cultural imaginary of the continent and our nation in particular. So as government, we believe we are playing our part in trying to shape the present, in trying to shape a recovery plan for the sector together with stakeholders. We are currently, together with sister departments, crafting a master plan for the cultural and creative sector. And as part of the master plan, there's also a kind of publishing action plan where the needs of publishers and writers and the appetites of leaders are also addressed. We are also aware that currently there are many creative concerns around copyright and performer bills. We believe that these can be addressed moving forward as Parliament is still working on their finalization. We're also working hard to build a national literary culture that encompasses a strong reading and writing culture. We're putting in place a team to take forward and finalize our book development policy, guided by our revised white paper, but we're also exploring literary digital content and its implications. And that's why I'm very glad that as part of your partners today, you have taken quite serious note of the digital implications. In recent months, we've also been saddened by the demise of the South African Book Development Council. But over many years, we have assisted with support for their projects. In the past 4 years alone, we've provided 16 million rands in funding support. However, given the changing times of COVID-19 and the impact on the sector, they still felt the need to close shop as they considered themselves to no longer be a going concern. Some of you may be aware that the Book Development Council had been in charge of the National Book Week project. So what we have done is we have replaced and transformed what had been a more sporadic approach to bolster reading for leisure into a full-blown National Book Month, which has been held in October, extending slightly into November, with greater community participation. We also offer dedicated support to publishers and authors for the completion of their books. We currently have 10 books supported through this pilot initiative by the Books and Publishing Division. My colleague Peter Mashangwani, who is with us there today, I shall point him out to those who want to speak about the funding possibilities. We're also working towards the establishment of a reading hub. So we have a number of partnership projects as well with other countries that support our literary endeavors, including the South African Literary Awards that just happened last week. But we are also working with our Swedish counterparts in particular, and other countries in general, to profile South African writing on their platforms. There'll be some big news, I think, announced quite soon in this regard. But more than that, we are also currently conducting further research through the South African Cultural Observatory on the state of publishing in the country. We are positive about the future of African writing, and we believe that if we work together, we shall establish more conducive conditions for increasing local content and expanding our literary endeavors. For those of you who may not be aware, UNESCO has declared the decade from 2022 to 2032 the International Decade of Indigenous Languages. So this proclamation is also a call to action for preservation and dynamic development of indigenous languages, and to realize concrete commitments on the status and role of these languages. So South Africa will initiate activities from February next year that are meant to recognize this decade at various levels. We are also cognizant in this week, in fact, that on the 15th of November is also quite a notorious anniversary, and that is the Berlin Conference of 1884, where imperialists gathered to carve up the continent. And I wanted to quote just briefly from our Minister Mthethwa, when he addressed language stakeholders at an engagement yesterday. He said the following, and I quote, "Berlin plunged Africa into human tragedy as imperialists carved up the African continent, separating connected people, and classifying them according to the empires who conquered them in various European languages. In this way, English, French, Portuguese became the languages of oppression, and Africans were systematically deprived of the free use of their native languages, dispossessed of their land and liberty." And, you know, we are reminded in a way through this notorious anniversary, reminded of the words of Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who has written that Berlin of 1884 was effected through the sword and the bullet. But the night of the sword and the bullet was followed by the morning of the chalk and the blackboard. The physical violence of the battlefield was followed by the psychological violence of the classroom. But where the former was visibly brutal, the latter was visibly gentle. The bullet was the means of physical subjugation, language the means of spiritual subjugation. So that era, you know, was really saw the degrading of our languages, the promotion of Eurocentric cultural worldviews, which not only deprived African people of cultural identity, but made us pay allegiance to the imperialist masters and the empires, and led to colonialism, segregation, apartheid. The wars of resistance that have been fought in the African continent, the wars of liberation, have really been to free ourselves of this oppression. And yet, even today, we are still working towards complete liberation. And therefore, even events like this help to take us forward. Because festivals like this are acts of reclamation, restoration, and decolonization. And we need to reach a point where the languages of our daily existence are the same languages we can access services in, but also the same languages through which we reimagine our futures through knowledge and cultural production. So let this festival also serve to promote our languages and our indigenous language literatures. In conclusion, I wanted to quote from a poem by our late first National Poet Laureate, Professor Masisi Kunene. The poem here is translated by Vusi Nkunu, and Professor Kunene takes on the voice or the persona of a sage. Not that he wasn't a sage, he was a sage, but he takes on the persona of a sage in this extract. He says, should I never return, open these belongings of mine, and you shall find a thick book. Throw it into a running river so that you discover the huge treasures, the calling of our generation, much, much higher than the mountains, deeper than the lakes. So I think with those words of Prof. Kunene, thank you for the opportunity to speak on this platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for those inspiring words. We take on the challenge, we heard it. We are going to look more and more into working with more indigenous content at this literary festival, and also delve deeper into finding newer writers and sources that express the African narrative, that help us to reclaim back our African identity. Thank you so much for those words. Unfortunately, we can't have a Q&A with you, but to our audiences online and our audiences here, our audiences online, please plug in your questions. We will make an effort to follow up with the department, particularly on issues of where to source funding, sponsorship, strategies, etc. To our audiences here who are present, Lisa will be around for a few minutes. Maybe you can quickly catch her attention and then, make arrangements on how to get some more information from her. She's not here for long, but maybe you can just quickly grab her hand and say, I'm so-and-so, I have a question. Thank you, everyone, for coming through to this welcoming session. And again, thank you to our teams, our audiences, the authors, the publishers, and in particular, the sponsors. We're now going to a little bit of a break, and then we'll come back with our next session. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, so as we wait for the publishers panel to set up, we're going to link to Cape Town, where Paige Nick from the Good Book Appreciation Society will announce the nominees for the Book Cover Design Awards that the Africa Book and Design Festival sponsors, the Illustration Excellence Award. Let's take it to Paige.
Earlier this year,
We really can't watch?
Ne? Yes, it's fine. Ngicela ukuthatha amanzi nefoni yakho.
hi, test. How's that sounding?
It sounds great, Paige. We can hear you.
We back on track?
Yes, please make the announcement.
Great, hi. Sorry about that. As I was saying, my name is Paige Nick, and I run a book club on Facebook called the Good Book Appreciation Society. We have about 17,000 members who are all very avid readers. And earlier this year, we decided we wanted to create the first ever book cover design competition in South Africa. And so we started off with 3 categories. We wanted to have a fiction category, a non-fiction category, and a reader's choice category that would be judged by the readers on the Good Book Appreciation Society. Very shortly thereafter, Fine Music Radio reached out to us, and we thought it would be a great mix for them to sponsor the Poetry Award, because fine music really is poetry of its own. And then after that, we were most excited when we connected with the Africa Book and Design Festival and partnered with them, and they are sponsoring an illustration excellence category, which makes a huge amount of sense. It just all worked so perfectly that we met up with the Africa Book and Design Festival at the same time as they were launching, and it all felt very aligned that we were very interested in design in publishing. So we embarked on this award. We have 4 incredible judges. Faith 47, who's a multidisciplinary artist out of New York. You may have seen some of her large-scale graffiti works around the world. Mahali Mashigo is a very awarded South African author. Mervyn Sloman, he's the owner of the Book Lounge, one of our favorite indie bookshops in Cape Town. And Nathan Reddy, who is the Chief Creative Officer at Grid Worldwide. And he's also a very awarded designer worldwide, and he's in the Advertising Hall of Fame. So we have these incredible judges. We got in about 300 entries. In total, 88 entries in the fiction category, 75 entries in the non-fiction category, 22 entries in the Poetry Award, which was a lovely little new surprise. And our biggest award by far was 111 entries in the Africa Book and Design Festival Award for Illustration Excellence, which just goes to show that illustration is very much alive right now in books and publishing. So now we go to some of the lovely results. I'm going to start with the Fiction Award shortlist. We had 10 finalists. This was such an exciting category. And for me, some real surprises. I was very glad I wasn't a judge because I'm not quite sure how they managed this. The way it works, we have judging in 2 sessions. The first session was to take the huge, all the entries, and in each category to narrow them down to a shortlist, which is what I'm going to show you today. And then at the end of the month, we'll take that shortlist and we'll judge on it with all the 4 judges. We'll have a big conversation and a big debate and pick the winner. So these are the 10 fiction shortlists. The first, For Clear Monarchy, was designed by Caspar Schütz. The second, Disruption, designed by Megan Ross. Glass House, designed by Georgia Demetriades. We have Junks, which was designed by Fahima Halam. Know My Name, designed by Katlego Kiokale. Ancestral, designed by Sonwabo Valashia. Being Diane, which was designed by Russell Stark. You Are Loved, which was designed by Zinalda McDonald. Woman Out of Water, designed by Jesse Breitenbach. And River Beneath River, designed by Trilby Kropelka. So here you can see all the finalists in the fiction category in one beautiful slide. It's very interesting, no one theme seemed to come through, lots of different looking things. Next, I'm going to take you through the non-fiction award shortlist. There were 9 finalists in the non-fiction category. African Europeans, which was designed by Russell Stark. To the Wolves, which was designed by Sean Robertson. Interestingly, you'll see a lot of the same designer names showing up in some of these categories. Black Consciousness, also designed by Sean Robertson. Sol Plaatjes Mohudi, which was designed by Russell Stark again. Slubbert, which was designed by Michiel Botha. Sadly, Michiel Botha passed away earlier this year. He was a real force in the book publishing industry, and I think just about every publisher in South Africa has worked with him, and he's really going to be terribly missed. Another beautiful cover by the late Michiel Botha for 1986. This is for When Secrets Become Stories, edited by Sunyati and designed by Sean Robertson. Shabnam Khan's How I Accidentally Became a Global Stock Photo, designed by Ayanda Pasha. And The Poisoners, designed by Marius Roux. And here you'll see all the finalists in this category, all on one slide. Next, we go into the poetry shortlist. There were 7 finalists in this beautiful category. This is Distill Tate. It was designed by Anamart Swanepoel. And Beetroots by Justin Fox, designed by Stephen Simons. Another beautiful cover by Anamart Swanepoel. This is for Klink Klaar. And Yellow Shade, which was designed by Gugulethu Mthumani. Years of Fire and Ash, again designed by the late Michiel Botha. As I said, he's going to be so terribly missed in this industry. And Transcontinental Delay, which was designed by Stephen Simons. After Troy, Nonkosi Montrose. And what's really interesting in this category is so many of the colors were similar. A lot of yellows and grays and blacks, and very graphic typography. This is such a surprising and delightful category. It wasn't something I ever expected would come out of this year's competition. And of course, we go into the Illustration Excellence Award shortlist, much anticipated, sponsored by the Africa Book and Design Festival. What I didn't mention is that each of the winning designers in each of these categories wins a 5,000 Rand prize. We have 8 finalists in this category. The first one here is Isle, which was designed by Marius Roux. This is a beautiful cover. It has a dust jacket. It has quite a lot of different elements. It was a really beautifully illustrated and designed cover. Again, Yellow Shade comes up again, designed by Gugulethu Mthumani. This is the second finalist for this cover. The White People, designed by Trevor Paul. For Clear Monarchy, again, this was a finalist in the fiction category. It reappears for Illustration Excellence, and this is designed by Caspar Schütz. Wayfarer's Hymns by our own Zakes, and this is designed by Gretchen van der Bijl. The Lost Language of the Soul by Mandla Lange, who was just our previous speaker. So fantastic to see him here too. And this was designed by Ayanda Pasha. And Mad Honey, again designed by Marius Roux, who shows up quite a lot as a popular designer. And Scarava, designed by Megan Bird. So here you see all the Illustration Excellence finalists in one panel. And then the last thing we're going to do is we're going to start judging our Reader's Choice Awards. So we'll take all of these finalists, which you can see here, we'll take them to the Good Book Appreciation Society on Facebook, and our 17,000 readers, and hopefully you, if you'd like to vote for your favorite, can come and vote. And one winner out of all of these will win an extra 5,000 Rand. So those are the fiction finalists, and the winners will be announced on the 1st of December on the Good Book Appreciation Society on Facebook. Thank you so much for having us, and we look forward to a very exciting competition going forward.
Good.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Paige. That was awesome. We have Ayanda Pasha in the audience. You have 2 entries. Good luck. hope you win. We're going to quickly move on to the publishers panel. Thank you so much for joining us and for being patient. We have Rose Pierce from the Africa Book Society, African Perspectives. And Rose Francis, my gosh, it's been a long day, clearly. Rose Francis from African Perspectives, Nkanyezi from Jonathan Ball, and Pehelo from Gecko Publishing. And they will be moderated by Sunyati, who is an author that I'm sure you're all familiar with. And they're going to be talking about how publishing is going to evolve and become relevant in a digital age.
It wasn't me.
Is it good morning? Is it afternoon?
Afternoon is
It's after 12 now. Are the others still connecting? I know we've got 2 panelists that will be joining online, virtually. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for joining us for this exciting panel on publishing in this digital age. I'm just going to start off by asking the panelists to introduce themselves. I think there's no better person to introduce yourself than yourself. So please, Rose, take it away. Just give us, tell us a bit about yourself and your role as a publisher.
Good afternoon. My name is Rose Francis. I'm the CEO and founder of African Perspectives Publishing. I think for now, let's just keep it at that.
Afternoon, my name is Nkanyezi Shabalala and I'm a publisher at Jonathan Ball Publishers. I do a bit of everything, I suppose, especially this year.
And they didn't mic you properly.
Oh.
I couldn't hear you. Just tap it. No, it's not.
No, it's right.
Hello, are you able to see me?
Yeah, while they get fixing that, my name is Pierre Lomufukeng. Ke Mofokeng wa mantile mmope ke motho a mararo di a pholo a maotwana finyela makao ka dinaledi. Ke la mmaphoka lekanyane ke tshwane ra korwa marumo kgomo tse so ke tsane le tswa pon thabeng ha o sa ntshabe o be mkutlwa pele o tla se o ntse o di qoba. Ke tle ke tsebe o tla hlwekanya le setla o ka ena ke o pegenya mpa tse ilapileng tsena ke o re pege go ntshetse mohodu le mala. The long and the short of that is that my name is Pierre Lomufukeng. Just to go and show how boring English is as a language. I publish books when I have money at Gecko Publishing, yeah. So we are independent, we don't have a sponsor and things like that. Indirectly, I'm speaking to arts and culture in the house to say, we are here, make a plan, And I'm also an author. I've written 2 books. My interest is music. I wrote Sanko Mota and Ode in one album, which is an homage to what I think is one of the best bands out of the world. And recently, a Note to Taiwa, a musical reflective essay on the music of Moses Molelekwa. That's me.
Okay, thank you for that very comprehensive introduction. We were supposed to be joined by publishers from the rest of Africa, but since it's just the 3 of us and it's mostly South African publishing, we'll just stick to the South African publishing industry. I just want to find out from the 3 of you, were there any entries, barriers to entry when you decided to become a publisher? Rose, let's start with you.
Yes, thank you. I was just sharing this over breakfast earlier on, that when I wanted to enter publishing, I wrote a letter to a fairly large publishing house in South Africa, availing my services for free for 6 months, just so that I could learn the trade. I sent 3 letters to the same person. I received no response, so I decided to start and enter, and I did so. And the first book that I did, I got a distribution deal with a book that you probably all know now, called Capitalist Nigger. And that really that gave me the capital to actually form African Perspectives Publishing.
I think yes, it's, can you hear me? I don't know if my mic is on or still not on. Okay. Why don't you go here and then I'll answer after you.
I think maybe the question should be, are there still barriers to entry?
Yeah, we can get back to that. I think let's start by how did you get in? You know, because it's one thing for you to get in. Maybe then later we can address it. Are people able to get in? And maybe those barriers, yeah.
I mean, like any other part of the South African economy, it's very difficult, especially if it's mainstream economy, for black people to play any meaningful role. The way we started was a partner of mine, Andrew Miller, was trying to get his book published and other people published, and we wrote to everyone, and there was no response. And in the end, he was like, you know, why don't we do this ourselves? And I said, yeah, let's do it. This was 2007. And we did it. We didn't even set up a company. We went to Mario Dofitsi, who wanted to publish his life story, and we took that thing. I was doing the design, Andrew was doing the copy editing and all of that. We put it together, and it was Nelson Makamu. I know everyone knows Nelson Makamu now. He did the cover for that book. And that was it from there. But the intention was not even to be pushing back against what I call the big 5 publishers. It was really to open another avenue of publishing stories that would otherwise go unpublished. I have no idea why, you know, the big publishers, we do not have books, not a book on Hugh Masekela, on Miriam, on music in South Africa. It's a very topical thing right now. So we were looking for stories that are either well-written or maybe not well-written, but a powerful story that we can massage into a book, and the kind of books that would otherwise go unpublished by your traditional mainstream publishers. And that has been our point of focus since then, 30-odd books later. Yeah.
That's an impressive track record. So just for the benefit of our audience, publishing is split into your traditional publishers, which are your, you know, what they call the big 5, your Penguin, your Pan Macmillans, and Jonathan Ball. And then you have your independent publishers. And so, well, I think independent publishers are a segment, and then you have self-publishers. That's like the big divide. So on our panel, we have representation from small independent publishers, and then Jonathan Ball, who is considered a traditional publisher, and your big imprint. And the difference, Nkanyezi, I don't know if you can now contribute, because I also wanted to hear how you got into publishing and, you know, your experience with, you know, a traditional publisher.
I don't know if you can hear me now.
Just speak, yeah.
Is that better? Good.
I was just
yeah, so it was, like I said, yes and no. I think mine was just being in the right place at the right time. It really was. I spent a lot of time doing miscellaneous tasks at one of the large publishers, just showing up every day. And then by chance, the publisher that I eventually ended up spending quite a long time at, they had somebody who was going on maternity leave and they needed a replacement, so I kind of slotted in. And I think the important thing was being open to doing something different. It wasn't necessarily the department I wanted to specialize in or start in, but that was definitely an entry into publishing.
Okay, so from what I've heard from Rose and Nkanyezi, both of you, getting into publishing seems like a very it's tough, you know. I don't know, is it just for black women or is it tough for everyone just to break into, into publishing as a field. I don't know, Rose, do you want to tackle that one?
I can't talk on other people, on behalf of other people. I just know that there were a lot of gatekeepers. There still are gatekeepers. Certainly, traditionally, publishing is run by people with trust funds. It's not run by people who are working from month to month. How are you going to pull it off? You know? However, it's a necessary action, whether you have a trust fund or not. Because if we don't, we cannot reverse the stories told about us on our behalf. We need to be at the center of that storytelling exercise.
Okay. Do you want to add to that, Peko, as a male?
Yeah, and I think to start is simple. I mean, you go, you register a company, and you find an odd manuscript, and you publish it to a publisher. But it's the downstream that is more difficult. Who's going to sell? How do you market? Do you get the radio interviews and all of that? Like, how do you really break into the mainstream? That is the more difficult part. And to build that into a more sustainable kind of business where you sell, you are able to recoup your cost and all of that. But it also becomes a very dicey balancing game very quickly, where you are balancing, your design, your editing, your sales cost and all of that. So it's without trust funds, it's extremely difficult. And Rose, no, I don't have a trust fund. So I am month to month and barely surviving. So I think it's one of those very seriously protected kind of gate-kept businesses. And you are right. It's not only an important act of writing back, but it's also a political act in many ways, as much as it's a philosophical act. How we tell stories, how those stories get into books and all of that. To make it into a book is one thing, but to be philosophically, culturally, etymologically correct in that text of a black woman who comes from a Qobo for someone, that's everything. It's not just about, here's a book. It's, does it tell the story correctly? It's so many other things that in many ways are not just mechanical. There are also a lot of thought behind it. And you can tell with books that are published by people who don't give a first hoot about our stories. When you read, you're like, this one is not published by us. So that's why it's important that we write back, so to speak.
Okay, Kanchize, I want to hand it over back, to you. I mean, you working in an established traditional publisher. I mean, do you feel our stories are being told?
I think a lot more than they are before, and I think this is with the sort of change that's happening, where I think they're diversifying their teams a lot more. I agree to a degree. I think that publishing is a lot more robust than having trust fund babies starting these publishing houses. That said, I think that there is this very it's not an industry that circulates quite often. It's not like PR or marketing. I think you have people who sit at the helm for 20, 30 years. And there's not a lot of change that happens within the really big companies. But yeah, I think it's, teams are definitely, from what I've seen from where I've started versus now, which is almost, over 10 years, it has certainly become a lot more diverse. There are a lot more, and I think this is also because of what the market is looking for. I think that now we have a lot more independent publishers on board, and we're also taking inspiration and lead from them. But I think as it's slowly starting to transform in that sense. But yeah, I think slowly is the problem.
Okay.
Yeah. If I may, I wanted to say that what you are saying now reminds me of, I think Mandla Langa said this here, that he is one of those people that took lead from the drum era. And one of the reasons, Rose, why I say what you are saying about writing back is important is, among other things, we have been told, especially by the liberal establishment that you find at universities, in the media and everywhere, that the golden age of black writing in South Africa was the drum era. But I tell you now that we are at the golden age of black writing in this country. There has not been a time in South Africa where you would write 3-4 books that are doing very well in a space of 5 years. I'm talking about you particularly, where you would actually be a publisher publishing, like 10, 12, 15 books in over 5 years. The amount and the quality, for that matter, of publishing and books that are coming out in the past 10 years in South Africa from black writers surpasses any other time in our recorded history of publishing in this country. So I think it is slow, but we are the golden age of black African writing in South Africa, whether we are being published ourselves or by traditional white publishers. You look at what Dudu Busani Dube is doing now. I mean, this era, this time now, this Gen Xers, right now, we are the golden age of the possibilities, the literary possibilities of this country. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I tend to agree with that view, Phelo. I mean, I remember when I first tried to get published in 2011, I think it was, with my novel, my debut, The Polygamist. And I couldn't get any traditional publisher that was interested in that book. And then my editor suggested, self-publish, and I'd never heard of self-publishing. So, for me, it was also a new thing, but that's the avenue I took. And admittedly, it was a learning curve in terms of, because I didn't know how the publishing industry worked in terms of distribution, because like you say, that is the game changer. It's one thing to, get the process done and get your books in the market, but getting the books to the customer is a totally different thing. And like Dudu said, she started selling books through the boot of her car. And those stories are very real. At least she had a car. My question to that is self-publishing, people are now self-publishing more and more, and we see it. Is that competing directly with you? I mean, I think a large reason for self-publishing now is easy access. I think once we've answered that round of questions, we've got our other panelist who's joining us virtually. I'll then introduce him and invite him into the conversation. Yeah.
Cool. So the question regarding self-publishers, are they a threat to us? I think self-publishers are essential to this business. And I certainly assist people who want to self-publish. There are people, certainly, let's say they are based in Maun, and there's no stores there. Why must I then publish them? Because my retail outlet footprint is not in Maun either. And in fact, the closest store to them would be over 1,000 kilometers, which is in Gaborone.
Yeah.
So what value am I adding to them? So I will assist them to publish. We bring the cost completely down, and I will actually also assist them in marketing. And I'm doing a project at the moment.
That hybrid approach.
Yes, very much so. And I'm doing a project right now where my only fee is about 10,000 Rand right across all the disciplines, the printing, the distribution, the marketing. Because it needs to be said. She's printing a book, she's publishing a book for black women, for young black girls, not black women, young black girls. The ability to say to forgive yourself as a young black girl. That story needs to be out. And she's going to sell more in her area, So it's an integral part. Not everything has to be about profitability. Profitability is important, but it comes back to you through other areas. Depends on how philosophical you are about these things. I tend to be, because I believe he's sitting here. He's the graphic designer of our first book that we ever published. So we add value to each other in other ways, that is way beyond the value of an invoice.
No, I agree with Sister Rose. I think it's important that we have both your sort of mainstream traditional publishing and self-publishing. I think where traditional publishers might, where they battle is that we've got far more, I'd say, tighter schedules. So there isn't space, there isn't time, also depending on the size of the department, you know, there isn't necessarily the opportunity to get involved and to help people outside of the, well, you know, the company. That said, I think you also have to take into account the amount of outsourcing that is done. So not a lot of, I think there's this perception that a lot of traditional publishers handle everything in-house, where we don't. And I think it also speaks to the size of the team. So in that sense, I just wish, and this is also going down the philosophical path, we could establish something a lot more formal that could help people, where, you know, we get lots of submissions and we get piles and piles of submissions where we see a manuscript has potential, you know, it just needs further development. And I've done this in the past, needs a bit more development, needs an editing, whatever. Publishers or some sort of organization, it's a pity the Department of Arts and Cultures is now gone, but you know, set up something where there is a fund where authors can get that assistance, especially if they're going the self-publishing route, because I think that's important. But as far as trade publishing is concerned, it's not as frequent, unfortunately.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Can we introduce our fourth panelist? Can you introduce yourself, please, sir?
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
I am Fiston Mudachumura. I'm the founder of Mudachumura Publishing House. We are based in Rwanda, Kigali. I'm also the founder of Harper Store. Harper Store is the digital content distribution platform. We distribute ebooks, audiobooks, and video animations. We also cover the part of podcast. Harper Store is available online as harperstore.com. Harper came from an abbreviation, HAAPA, which stands for Hadithi za Afrika Pamoja. For those who speak Swahili, it's African Stories Together. So I thank you very much.
No, welcome. Can you just tell us a bit more about the publishing industry in Rwanda?
The publishing industry in Rwanda is pretty much we kind of had our boom in the last 10 years, if I can call it. So it's pretty young, if I can say it. I think like 20 years ago, we only have like 2 publishers based in Rwanda. Those are like indigenous publishers. Of course, we had these academic international publishers who on the market, like the Oxford, you know, who are into academic publishing. But we start to see a rise in other areas of publishing fiction in the past 10 years. So far, we account to around 30 publishers, but like around 10 are the more like active, if I can call it that way. At least, you know, once in a year, they have 2 to 5 titles published. Yeah, thank you.
So you would say Rwanda is a growing industry in terms of publishing. Yeah. And are you doing
Definitely.
both fiction and non-fiction? What genres are you publishing?
I started in children books. We started also some adults, I think 3 years ago. And when we reached to the stage of, I think in 2020, most publishing, traditional publishing became a challenge for most publishers across the world. So we tried to sell most of our content, which were in the local languages. I think the previous panelists talked about local languages. And we find that the digital infrastructure of distribution out there, it is mostly still Amazon, Kindle, or Audible for audiobooks. And we got the challenge that I think the only languages in Africa that are allowed on Kindle, I think it's Afrikaans, I think a couple more languages. So other languages you couldn't be able to publish or using Kindle for digital platform. That's where it came. And also we had tried on the audiobook side. When you check Audible, they accept only audiobooks which are from the countries like Canada, US, Ireland, and I think UK, probably around 4 or 5 countries only. And you feel like, how about the rest of the world? And most importantly, since we're talking about Africa, how about Africa? What can we do? So we said, I mean, we have very smart Africans here who are into IT, who know a little bit about the developing platforms. So we contracted some locally who were available in Rwanda, and we came up with harperstore.com, which came basically for the sake of being able to stand in this gap we have in terms of distribution, digital distribution infrastructure that we lack in Africa. Basically, with harperstore.com, we said people can be able to use any languages they want, publish in any languages they want, publish both ebook, audiobooks at the same time. Even, you know, if you have like, because we have started also trying to produce some kids books, let's say in animations. If you have like an animation, since so one of the themes is also about connecting the past, present, and future, and the future of storytelling. Talking about it, I think, including some of these new technologies in terms of storytelling. So basically, this is what I think I wanted to share, and I wanted also to be able to discuss from our side. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I mean, it's interesting that when we think of African storytelling, it really did begin around the fire. It was an audio, it's oral. You know? And I just want to hear from you. Have you, as publishers, explored audiobooks? I mean, I know I've got my novel, The Gold Diggers, is in Audible, but the sales haven't been amazing. So I just, you know, I mean, we always talk about these other digital formats, but I mean, is it really worth it? I mean, though you say we should always think of profitability, but it costs a lot to produce audio. So I'm just, you know, I just want to hear from you guys. What do you think of those other, you know, formats like Audible?
I think, yeah, Audible is important. I think it's good to have a diverse offering for different tastes. You know, some people like the physical book. I'm, you know, very old school like that. Other people prefer audio, etc. So I think it's important to have the diversity, but yes, the production of them is very high. So we don't. We have a partnership with Audible. Yeah, I think that said, there's definitely opportunity, and I'd like to see a lot more companies locally going into the audio space. I think there's very much a preference for each market. And it hasn't taken off. I know in the States, well, actually internationally, ebooks were a big thing. And I think everyone thought that, you know, it's a huge disrupt in terms of technology. Ebooks are coming, that's the death of the physical book, but that wasn't the case. And I think even locally, there was a bit of an uptake, and I think ebooks are still being sold, and bought rather, but it's still, I think, by far, physical is the preference. So there's definitely room, but very expensive to produce, and I don't think as big a market locally.
Can I respond? It depends on the market. E-books sell very well internationally at universities. That's what they're buying. They're not buying the physical book at universities. Also, the Congress, the Library of Congress in Washington, New York, all those places. Also, museums in Germany. They're not buying the physical book. So certainly it makes a lot of sense to actually have ebooks, have Audible as well. The only book I have on audio is Don Matera's Memory is the Weapon. It's read by him and introduced by Silo Makagagube. And in between each chapter, it has music from Kofifi. So I think that that cost was quite a substantial production cost that went into that. So I agree, Sue, that it's not, I don't think it's every single book that I would like to actually, put that kind of investment into. But you're talking about Don Matera. There's only one Don Matera in the world, So, yeah.
Pilar, do you want to throw in?
I don't know. Digital scares me a little. Maybe because I'm in between the baby boomers and the Gen Xers, so I don't know whether, the Kindle thing and other things. But it's also just a production thing. I've found the audio production a little expensive. I have done quite a bit of Amazoning of ebooks and all of that, and the uptake has not been amazing. But the other thing is that I'm still trying to get books read here. So I can't split my attention and try to get read over there, So honestly, I have not paid too much attention to the digital stuff purely because of our resources, of, looking at other things. Really, I would rather be read here more than elsewhere. I know that's self-defeating, but, I think as soon as I know what my niche is in South Africa, it would be easier to go elsewhere. As soon as I know that there is some kind of demand, for example, for the Moses Molelekwa's book, then maybe I'll go. So you're right when you say it's also about the market, that I know a lot of Americans are looking for the book on Moses Molelekwa and so maybe it's worth an ebook. But other than that, from where I sit, from my pocket, not in the near future. But it's a very important kind of space to go into because the Gen Z, as we were talking about earlier, are not big readers. They read, but they'd rather listen than read. So if we want younger people to read, then it's something to seriously consider.
I will give you a contact. We will produce your ebooks for you for no cost.
Okay.
Internationally.
Yeah, because I also believe that it's important. Whilst, yes, you're growing a market here, I think you also need to put your work out there because there are people who are interested in reading about Africa and our stories, our homegrown stories. So, yeah, I think it's
growing.
It's worth pursuing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do you think geography is a hindrance for publishers in Africa? Because I asked this question because most of the times you find that when catalogs come out about African books, it's only books that are printed overseas by Western publishers. Do you think you overlooked in that space? Because you'll never find books. It's normally the publishers that are given credence who are publishing Africans overseas, and you find that there's not much spotlight on African publishers published on the continent. And I think of The Island as one of those examples, of a book that struggled to get published. And only when it was nominated did suddenly the spotlight then shine on Africa. So can we just, as an African publisher, what can you say, towards that?
Go ahead. Well, I can say a lot about that.
Yeah, we're here to hear it.
I think that we sit on missed opportunity. We allow our market share to be cannibalized by outsiders without asking for anything in return. Let me give you such an example. Oprah's magazine was sold in this country. For how many years? It's no longer sold now. More than 10 years. I think up to something like 13 years. At the same time, she had the Oprah Book Club, which is the single most powerful platform for literature in the world. Now, quite frankly, over breakfast, we were talking about, activism and actually trying. Let me finish the story with Oprah. I think there was such an amazing opportunity that was left there. For her to enter this market, we should have said, you cannot enter this market unless you put a percentage of the content of your book club must be African. We didn't do, we just allowed everybody to come in the spirit of democracy. Democracy costs. and I don't see anybody paying for it. So it's just such a huge opportunity. Right now, as an African publisher, you try and get onto the Oprah Book Club. You can't get near. She doesn't even allow you to actually present. She decides, or she's got a committee,
Team, yeah.
and that's it. Take it or leave it. Now, I don't see how we can actually allow that kind of medium as a platform. I'm using her as a platform. She's a media entity to enter this market without actually paying anything. Certainly, the Gold Diggers, Sue's book, should be on that platform. I see no reason why not. Because she single-handedly makes people, writers, into millionaires. Single-handedly. And we just open the country and say, come in, make your millions. When you're ready, you can go home.
No, that's true. It's that observation is very true, that if you appeared in Oprah's book club, you'll sell millions
overnight, yeah.
You're made, and a lot of the times, like I'm saying, African writers are just looking for that prize. It's the prizes now that propel them to, prominence and the money. But if you're not nominated, you'll be obscure. We're an obscure continent. So geography is playing against us. So you can continue.
No, I agree. Sister Rose has made a very good, pertinent point. But I think also we need to investigate, and I think just become more serious about intra-country sort of trade or exchange. We're very good with our partnerships abroad and vice versa, but I think there should be more collaboration on the continent. I think books should be able to travel a lot more easy, and I think whomever the person is that figures out the great distribution question about how we get books across Africa, I think that would solve a lot of the problems that we have. I find that, and maybe you'll agree with me, I think South Africa, our market can sort of operate as a bit of a silo, where we don't have much problem, I think, exchanging with overseas markets because of the relationships that have built over the years. But, Rwanda, Kenya, Ghana, Nigeria, who have robust publishing industries internally, there isn't a lot of, intra-continental exchange, I suppose. So I'd like to see a lot more of that. And I think that once we solve that great, as I say, distribution problem, because that seems to always be, distribution. How do we distribute? How do we get it across to other countries, etc.? I think until we can solve that, it's always going to be a case of always going abroad and then being sold back here, or being limited to a Southern African market.
I just think that we have not taken full advantage of digital. I see no reason why a publisher in Rwanda cannot. We are on the same kind of server, and he says, I like this, I will publish it in Rwanda. So they get access to a fully fledged book, they print in Rwanda, they distribute, they pay me royalty. I do the same thing, I like whatever text they have, and I pull that off the server, I print, I publish in South Africa. So I just think at a more enterprise level of publishers, we have not taken full advantage of the digital possibilities. There's nothing that says, for example, now there's this Frankfurt Book Fair thing for African publishers if you want to sell rights to Germany. Why can't I sell rights to a fellow publisher in Rwanda, right? So I think we really have not thought hard enough about how to take advantage of digital, because if we do it that way, one, we don't have postage costs. The person goes to the server, they read, they're like, I like this, I want to publish this, give me the rights, they fill in, they download, they take to the printers, they do no work. The thing is designed, it's done. They go publish, they print, and then they pay me a royalty and things like that. So I think we have to sort of think outside of the traditional way of publishing in the continent if we're going to do things like intra-continental stuff, because that's what the Europeans and the Americans have done very well. Outside of being able to travel, they are able to just digitally, something appears today in America, it's in Europe hardly a week later, completely available in all stores and all of that. So I think we have to think a lot more as a unit, as Africa, especially independent publishers in the continent. And I think digital offers a lot of possibilities that we have not thought of.
Okay, on that note, I just want to introduce our fifth panelist. Hi. Can you hear us?
Hi, yes, I can. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please just introduce yourself to our audience and.
Hi, my name is Koko Anezo-Soki. I am the managing editor at Kachifo, which is one of Nigeria's biggest publishing houses.
No, thank you for joining us. Because as you know, Nigerians are dominating the literary stage, and everybody's crazy about Nigerians. Maybe just tell us a bit more about the Nigerian literary industry. What have Nigerian publishers done right that we can learn from?
So I think it's more an issue of the writers themselves here in Nigeria than with the publishers, because there are a lot of publishers in Nigeria, so to speak. A lot of people are into self-publishing now, actually, because not everyone wants to go to a publishing house, which is why at Kachifo, we have 5 imprints. One specifically for children's books, which is Tutti. We have the Farafina for literary fiction. We have Prestige for people who want to self-publish. And then we have the Farafina Educational for textbooks for schools and education. And so I think what we've done right in this industry is kind of reduce the gatekeeping, so to speak. Everyone can be published, simply put. If you want to be an author, you want to be published, you can do it. You can approach any one of the publishing houses and be published in a month, in 3 months, depending on what you're looking for. So I believe we've been able to provide that landscape for authors, and then also the internal work being done. I can't speak for many other publishing houses. I can only speak for where I work. But I would say what Kachifo has done right is be in tune with what is happening. So I've already mentioned the imprints we have available at Kachifo, but also we also offer, we've been talking about digital publishing. I don't know if anyone saw I was raising my hands because I'm like, yeah, we do that as well. So I believe digital publishing is something that really helps with expanding the landscape, because a lot of writers today want to be known. People do enjoy writing, yes, but it's also about the prize. Like one of the speakers before me said, it's about the prize, it's about the fame, it's about the being known as an author. And so what we've done is try to expand our distribution network. In addition to people being able to go on the Farafina Books website and buy either a physical or digital copy of your book, we also have made ebooks available on sites that we know people go to buy from, like Amazon, for instance. So I believe, that's one thing we have been able to do right. And I believe that's something a lot of other publishing houses in Nigeria are doing as well.
Okay, thank you for that. Another thing that I think we need to speak to is the sales. I mean, a lot of publishers say they struggle to sell fiction in South Africa, that it's non-fiction that actually sells a lot. Is that also true for you in Nigeria?
No, I don't think so. I mean, they each have their markets, yes, but in my experience, the fiction does sell more because maybe it's the times we're in right now. People want an escape. You see people looking.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Continue, it's okay.
Yeah, so people want an escape. People want to read something that can take them away from what they're experiencing in their real lives. And we're seeing a lot of that right now. It also helps that people are writing what they want to read. We have many younger writers now. Writing is no longer just a thing for old professors or like our parents and their age groups. We are writing what we want to read. You know, a lot of us grew up reading like this romance novels, this suspense novels by like Harlequin and like Penguin Publishing and all those sorts of books, right? And I think the process a lot of us went through when we got to a certain ages, I don't see myself in these books. And you start to write the stories you want to read. You start to put yourself in the stories. We have books now where people are talking about coming of age in Nigeria. We have books where people are talking about dealing with Nigerian hair. We have children books where you're teaching young Nigerian children, because one thing I believe we Africans have in common is how we don't really have a very close relationship with our parents growing up. And you have books teaching young children how to build that relationship with their children, how to build that relationship with their parents, how to deal with emotions growing up, and putting it in a Nigerian context. No one is really trying to westernize anything anymore. We're accepting our culture, we are owning our culture, and then we're passing this culture down in ways that we know how, in the language that we know how to.
Yeah, that's amazing. I think, and we're also seeing that in South Africa, that the self-published authors, I think that's where their success lies, because they are writing stories that people want to read, you know, that relate to them. And they're not necessarily like literary fiction. It's fun, it's romance, and people, yeah, people want to read that. But, you know, let's get back to sales. You were saying you don't necessarily need to be profitable, right? But how do authors survive? You know, because a lot of authors complain that they can't really make money from books. And that is a problem, because, you know, as much as you can have passion, passion doesn't pay the, you know, the bills. So, I mean, I don't know, how do we address the issue of sales? Why aren't we selling books?
Can I respond to the issue that I think you were going to ask about fiction?
Yeah, you can start it. Yeah, it's fine.
In my opinion, can you hear me? No, I don't. I think you can only hear you.
Yeah.
No, I can hear.
Okay. One of the differences, I think, why Africa, outside South Africa, fiction is so big, is because you also, with respect, cannot confront your government and say, you have a problem, we have a problem with you. In South Africa, there's much more political openness, where we can actually tell a president, sorry, it's time to change you. I don't think in Nigeria you can do that.
No, absolutely not. I might even be in trouble for answering that question. I might have just put myself in a lot of trouble right now. So
yes, a lot of what people want to say, they have to fictionalize it. And I'm seeing that in Rwanda, I see that in Ghana, I see that. So that's why fiction is so strong outside South Africa. South Africa, we have a stronger non-fiction audience. So let me get back to your question, please. Sorry, Sue.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Just in terms of sales, the profitability.
Was that to me, or?
It's for the whole panel. You can
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this is a volume business.
I agree, yeah.
This is a volume business. That's why Jonathan Ball, publishers who I respect greatly, is one of the most successful publishers in this country. Because, I mean, have you seen their catalog? Apart from the South African catalog, they have an international catalog. That's really why Penguin is so profitable. It's not only because of their catalog in South Africa, it's their international. This is a volume-based business. And if we think we're going to make the kind of revenue that we ought to be making, publishing 2 books in a year, it ain't going to happen. It doesn't even cover your overheads. So I'm going to leave that as a response and hope it works for the writer. Because the writer also needs to understand that. You know, apart from the market share, there's the added problem of, you know, producing 1 book for 4 years. You know, it's a bit difficult. The figures don't match.
No, I agree with
I think in addition to that, it also has to do with knowing the market and your theme, like what is your book about? And in as much as I hate to admit it, what really sells is sensationalism, right? In the past year and a half, people have really been buying books that have to do with gender identity. I can say that. So anyone looking to write or publish can just be like, hey, this is something that's trending right now. I'm going to start creating space for myself in this area and then release a book. And it sells like puff in for lack of a better term. So it's really about reading the market and reading trends sometimes. But of course, the situation with that is if you cannot sell at a high volume during the time when the trend is hot, then you still have what happens when the trend dies down. So that's also some factors that go into profitability.
I just think that you're right. It's sales. I mean, it's volumes and all of that. But I think we also need to be exploring other areas of revenue. TV rights. Netflix is very interested in what we are writing and making that into other kinds of content. I think we have to be looking at other avenues of income generation from our content. And that's not easy either.
Yeah,
difficult. And perhaps it's the most difficult part because even these producers sometimes they just don't read, and we expect them to, have an understanding of why Moses Mulelekwa is important, for example. And I don't know. But I also think it's the book in some ways should be a prelude to something else. For example, teaching, right? From my 2 books, my biggest opportunities so far have been to go teach at a university. So I just think that we have to, yes, sell the book, that's very important, but look for other external opportunities around that work. What else can you do around that work? Can you be an analyst of sorts? Can you be a script writer for television? Can you be, I don't know, but if we're going to sit down and just expect the sales, especially in South Africa, for somebody like me who doesn't have a footprint outside of the country, I'm in trouble. So I think it's looking at other
sort of avenues to grow, the adaptations like film.
Adaptations, all of that. So, and there's no limit to that. Somebody was saying, why don't we make a one-man play out of Moses Mulelekwa's book? Totally. Yeah. So things like that. So I think we just have to be outside of the sales, outside of the traditional way of selling books. What's next? Yeah.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Sorry, though, but to say I agree 100%, other avenues and other forms of books being published or released in the market. But I think it's also calling on those agencies to collaborate with publishing. I think, we're also limited as far as production. We can't go into dramatization, we can't go into teaching, etc. So I think, for example, just trying to get anything considered as a prescription or prescribed work here.
Textbooks.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
Exactly.
That's a whole business on its own.
That's
just
it.
to get your book prescribed.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. So it's about, I don't know if we were speaking about this over breakfast, if it's calling on other industries to have this sort of collaborative exchange where we can see, how we partner, because it happens abroad all the time. Reese Witherspoon's book club, she has a production company. Some of the books that she features, she makes into film, etc. So, and they've got, I know some publishing houses have exclusive deals, so first option rights with some of the bigger production houses. I think that it's not just for publishers or the publishing industry. I think locally it's about, entertainment, dramatization. We need to have that conversation.
More collaboration.
Exactly.
Because it also gives the book a longer shelf life.
Yes.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
In Nigeria, how long is the shelf life for a book on average?
Sorry?
How long is the shelf life for a book? So if a book is released today, how long will it be?
Wow. So I would say 3 to 6 months for it to really be like hot and trending. And then after that, it just becomes something that's talked about after or in passing. Maybe the author, okay, so what I'm about to speak about now applies specifically, I've noticed, to books that have been self-published. So if it's a book published by a celebrity, they know how to bring it back into, the audience top of mind once they notice that traction for the book has started to die down. And it, just like you said, someone's book that was published, I think, 2 years or 3 years ago, if I remember correctly, they're making a Netflix series of it this year. I think that was released last month. And I thought that was very interesting because I wouldn't have ever thought that someone would take that book and make it into a show, but then there it was. But for a book, I would say 3 to 6 months after release.
Is that the same here in your experience?
Oh, it depends on the book, I think. Especially with your current affairs, I find that it's generally it's a lot more limited than that. It doesn't drag on for that long. Fiction, maybe, I'd say a bit longer, but again, goes back to volumes where it's not nearly as big. We're very much non-fiction. I think that's our market interest. But ours is almost sort of, right out the front gate, and it's always, I suppose, a guessing game of timing. When's the right time to release a book, especially if you're speaking about current affairs and history. But no, I don't think it, sadly not, especially with current affairs, they don't necessarily have that longevity. I'm not saying all books are the same, but generally, I'd say that's the case. So that's interesting that Nigeria is the market there.
Philo, what would you? And say Philo.
I still sell some very old books. I mean, for example, Bless Me Father was topical for quite a while. I think it also goes with the marketing effort that comes behind it. So if you can keep something topical for however long that you want, I mean, if you can sustain the narrative, then, for example, this is the 20th anniversary of Moses Mlelekwa's death. So that makes it a bit more topical. If memory serves, Joy of Jazz had a Moses Mlelekwa stage. So that makes that topical in some ways. Or it makes it sellable because I can go to Joy of Jazz and say, you have a Moses Mlelekwa stage, I have a Moses Mlelekwa book, So it really depends on how long you can sustain the narrative for, But also, I mean, if you sell independently, I mean, I sell all my books all the time, everywhere, every book. So you can also control the longevity of that book if you are independent, I suppose.
Yeah, and maybe just in closing.
Yes, and let me just add.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. Add something.
I just wanted to add. So it was, something else that also helps is a lot of writers here don't waste a lot of time. If you're going to do a second or a third book, it doesn't take a lot of time. So what they usually do is when they release the first book 6 months after, they announce they're working on the second book. And then that kind of spurs people into going back like, hey, I haven't read the first book yet. And so that's just like a cycle that keeps happening here, is another trend that I've noticed in the Nigerian publishing industry.
Okay, yeah. I think just maybe in closing, because I think we're coming to the end of our session and we'd probably like to invite some questions. But I just want, as publishers, do you feel writers are also playing an active role in selling their books? I mean, a few years ago, it was the publisher's entire responsibility. But I feel like that's changed. I mean, do you see that change? I mean, do you think writers are also quite responsible for the performance in terms of sales and?
Absolutely. I think that writers, they also come with their own sort of niche audiences that publishers perhaps don't have access to. So if we're speaking specifically about business books, for example, and having access to various, business, corporate platforms kind of thing. And I think it's smart only to really, take advantage of the channels that a writer has. Why not? I think it's more of an opportunity to sell books elsewhere. I do think that doesn't necessarily abdicate the publisher from their responsibility to market and publicize the book. So I think it should be sort of a partnership, publisher obviously facilitating a lot of it, But writer, I mean, if you have a platform or an audience that isn't in the sort of, I suppose, traditional landscape of media, festivals, etc., I think, why not?
Okay. I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that or just closing remarks.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely correct. I mean, personally, I follow a lot of the authors that we publish at Kachifo online, and I do see a lot of them putting a lot of marketing efforts into selling their books. Some of them, once the book is released, before the book is released, they're talking about it, they're posting about it, they're sharing pictures, they're sharing snippets from the book. So I do notice a lot of efforts on the part of the authors.
For me, if you are not interested in marketing your own book, then we shouldn't even talk.
That's also true. But no, that's also true.
But I think that's, in all fairness, let's think of writers. Some of them are very introverted and shy. They're not, it's one thing to write a book. It's quite another to sell it.
Yes. And that works for big publishers who've got marketing budgets. And in many cases, even their marketing budgets are limited. So if you come to an independent publisher like myself and you're an introvert, then clearly we have a problem. You're gonna have to do something about that. I'm an introvert when I want, but I'm also an extrovert when I have to. I mean, when I have to sell, you go to the bathroom, you cry your eyes out, you come back, you're strong, you talk too much, and you sell. You have to do it. So I think you have to have a strong social media presence. You have to be present in your community wherever you live, and but if you're not bringing anything, you just bringing this brilliant writing to the table. For an independent publisher, it's a very big problem, because I have to put aside a budget for production, design, layout, printing, marketing, your appearances. It becomes unbearable very quickly. Yeah.
The same for traditional. I think it's far more limiting. People expect you to speak about your book.
Yeah.
Okay, any questions from our audience before we? Yeah.
I have a question, or maybe a comment. I don't know. My mic's not on, but I'm sure you can hear me. I guess maybe it's for Coco, because I was just thinking as you were talking, and it seems that the Nigerian publishing industry is so robust, and there's lots of authors coming up, and I think it's because you have a reading culture. And I guess it's because Nigerians are still very academic in that way, in terms of school is still a very important thing. Is that why there's such a robust reading culture?
It could play a part. I don't want to say that's why, but yes, I believe it has to do with the fact that, yes, Nigerians are still very read. You have to study, you have to read, you have to be the best, you have to excel. So I believe, yes, that does play a very significant part in the fact that Nigerians are still very into reading, still very into writing. And in as much as, like I said before, it's an escape. So there's also that you want to read something to remove your mind from getting up early in the morning and having to take a bus and go to work and coming home really late. You don't want to pick up a book and be reading about 5 keys to success. I know how to be successful. I'm trying to be successful, which is why I'm so stressed, right? So, yeah, I think those are 2 factors that really play a huge role in the reading culture here.
But I think for Nigeria in particular, it's also the use of Nigerian pidgin as a language in literature. And I think this also speaks in part to the success of somebody like Dudu, who writes for the masses, whereas some of us still write for, the so-called, I suppose, slightly more intellectual people. So I think the idea of South Africans and Africans not reading speaks to 2 things. It speaks to language, it speaks to the relevance of stories. And part of what makes Nigerian literature so alluring is the fact that you find Nigerian people that speak like Nigerians in their literature. Whereas in South Africa, you find a guy from Zola who speaks perfect English. Like, you know. So I think it speaks to the idea of the language. It also speaks to also the much like the success of Daily Sun in South Africa. This juju,
The
witches,
content speaks to
like this idea of the storylines of witches flying around the township and all of that. I don't want to say traditional, but that ethereal, spiritual, mixed with the modern is also very alluring. And I have not read a lot of South African literature that does that, written by black people. I'm not saying it's absent, but it's not a lot. And even where it exists for university students. It's not a book that my mother could read, you know.
Can I comment on that? Let me recommend a book called Voices of Jesus and Ancestors by Terrello Khalidisi.
Yes, I've read it.
You've read it?
I read the manuscript.
In Ghana, there's a radio station in an area where I used to live in Ghana. That's all they actually broadcast.
Books.
Stories of Tokoloshis. and that's all they survive on.
Yeah. But that, and funny enough, that's what people want to read.
It has
That's
a
what
huge
people
yes.
want to listen to, yeah.
But on TV, those are the shows that sell.
Yes.
The huge, you know, the juju, the snakes,
Yeah.
that sells. And they now call it
So it's like I said, people want to, people want to read stories. Like people are writing stories that they want to read. It's just, what do I want to read? I don't want to read about someone with long, blonde, flowing hair. My hair doesn't flow. It's not, well, it might be blonde sometimes, but it's not silky straight. It doesn't flow. I can't just come out of my building and get in a car. I have to look for a bus or get on Okada or something like that. So it's just relatability. Relatability sells at the end of the day. It's your culture, it's your relatability. And a lot of people are building communities around that as well. There are lots of book clubs in Nigeria now. People are having reading parties. People are posting book of the month, that sort of thing. So it's sharing culture and building community.
Yeah, that's wonderful.
Which brings me to my other question. Why are South African publishers so reluctant to publish those kinds of stories? That are more relatable.
Look at me. No, go ahead.
No, ladies first.
You know, I think that publishers specialize, and it's not to say that they're not necessarily open to looking at different things, but certainly in our instance, you find publishers who are publishers of nonfiction, and that's what they stick to, nonfiction. Now, whether it's not necessarily seeing the market through the sales figures, whether it's not necessarily knowing or understanding the market, whatever the case may be, I think that, in terms of publishing, because it's not as big and as robust as it is other continents, even Nigeria, a country. So I think it's such a difficult thing, because I've also had this sort of internal, and not necessarily with speculative fiction, but just different kinds of fiction in general, for example. I think it has to do with the market. It has to do with, on the other hand, it's also sticking to what you specialize in. So it's a difficult answer to a question to answer, actually. I suppose this is why it's not to say people don't read fiction. It's not to say that people don't read speculative fiction. I think that just a lot of publishers, especially traditional ones, it's not as flexible to change a lot of things. Even going into something like digital publishing, for example, that's a long-term plan. It's not something you wake up to tomorrow and want to invest in. So I think for now, it's lots of research is happening, and I think that's important.
Please. My view is. Lorraine, go for it.
I wanted to speak to your question about why South African publishers are not publishing those stories. And that gave rise to a very strong self-publishing industry, because those stories are the ones that are driving the self-publishing industry. So they are being published, and it's just that they are not so prominent in traditional
To add to that, that story is misplaced in a shop like Exclusive Books.
Yeah.
Because that audience is not going to go to Exclusive.
Absolutely.
That audience, you need to go to Maponya Mall on a Saturday and a Sunday afternoon, put your truck there, take out your branding, put some music, and make it hit it hard. You know?
I disagree. I disagree.
That sounds like a vibe.
But nobody's taking that market.
We'll
That
go
is an
to
audience.
we'll go to exclusive
No,
books if those
it's
books
too
are there.
small.
No,
That audience
no.
is too small to sustain it.
Yeah,
There's
not-
Terella's book is there at Exclusive Books. It's going, and who's reading it? It's her friends, colleagues at work. That book needs to go to Venda. Needs to, as an example, go to Maponya Mall. No one's got that audience, and it's huge.
But also, the Exclusive Books is going to laugh at my face if I pitch there with a story about Tikoloshis and flying
The manager,
women flying on brooms at night and things like that. They are going to laugh at me, you know. But Bagan Books, on the other hand, might just. So I think your point, the point that you're trying to raise, for me to answer it, I would say that part of the answer is opening new distribution channels.
Yeah.
Totally.
Not harping on what Exclusive Books is doing. Exclusive Books does not represent the kind of books that I want to publish. They are a great outlet, but they are not alpha and omega of that distribution channel. So I think your question, for me in my mind, what it says we need to do is we need new, whether it's a book track, whether it's a book tour, whether it's
Why does it have to be
whatever.
a book side thing for African authors? Where must they do the truck? Why can't we have, well, let's not call it an exclusive books, but
I think, Zita, the question is also with digital accessibility. Our population they're not all, they might have a cell phone, but the cost of data,
absolutely.
you know, for them to download. I think we need to explore those other avenues beyond, you know, the traditional shops and malls, and let's start reaching out, because there are other people who do read, but they just don't have access to those mainstream.
I mean, one of the things that I've thought about for a very long time was book spaza shops. Like a spaza shop, the same way that you have a Pakistani spaza shop at a corner, you have a spaza shop of books, where you can buy second-hand books, where if we license our own books together, we can actually print on a desktop printer. For $10, here's Moses Mulelekwa, but it's 50 loose pages, go read. Kind of, like, we are not going to do this the traditional way. We are going to have to step outside of every distribution mechanism that we know. You know, I was surprised when I was in Nigeria that people were pirating books. Like, they pirate books and sell them on street corners. I was like, how do I get my book pirated?
India as well.
You know?
Oh my God.
India
Piracy
as well,
is
the same.
it's a very serious issue here, actually. It's, as publishers, it's not fun, to be honest. It's really, but as an author, but then how do you gain from that as an author, actually, if your book is being pirated?
Yeah.
Yeah, because the money isn't coming to you.
It's a lose-lose for everyone in that chain. Yeah, but I definitely.
I guess you can hope that someone sees the book and then goes to Google you, and if you have other, titles out, then they can purchase those books legitimately. But then that's just a lot of hope, in my personal opinion.
thank you so much. I think we've covered so much. We've gone over the time that was allocated. It's such an interesting conversation. Coco, thank you so much for joining us from Nigeria. Fiston, I think we lost.
Thank you for having me.
I think we lost Fiston.
We lost Fiston, yes.
But thank you, Rose. Thank you, Nkanyezi. Thank you, Pehelo. And thank you, Sue, for hosting. And we can take a break and have lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Coco.
Bye, Coco.
Bye.
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 Ciao.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was really great. It's, if you want to. On YouTube. Hi, everybody. We've had such a great day of dialogue with authors and publishers. I hope you guys are still with us. I know we are really delayed, but this next session is really exciting. This is a graphic novel that tells the story of South Africa's history in pictures, in the most amazing, vibrant visual content. And so we're going to do a graphic novel spotlight featuring Richard Conningham and his new book, All Rise, A Graphic History. So we're going to link straight to Richard and Tumi, who will take us through the creative process of putting this amazing content together.
My name is Richard Cunningham, and yes, I'm the author of All Rise, Resistance and Rebellion in South Africa. And I'm here this afternoon. Well, I'm in Mexico, so it's morning, hence the strange lighting here. Apologies. And I'm here with one of my collaborators, Tumi Mamabolo. Tumi, do you want to just say hi?
Hi, guys.
Cool. So thanks very much for this opportunity for us to speak about our book. I will just briefly begin by giving a bit of context, speaking about how it came about, what inspired it, and then I'll switch over to Tumi, who is going to speak a little bit about the creative process behind the book. So I think the best way for me to start is maybe just to read a few paragraphs from the introduction to give everyone an idea of what this is about. Okay, just a few paragraphs. Imagine a room full of forgotten stories which few readers know about. The room is not a library. The stories are not in books. To find this place, you need to travel to the basement of an old court building in the city of Bloemfontein. It is there, beyond a heavy iron door, at the end of a passage lined with broken antique furniture, that the stories in this book were found. Before South Africa's Constitutional Court opened its doors to a newly democratic nation in 1995, the Appellate Division, which today is known as the Supreme Court of Appeal, was the highest court in the land. It was established in June 1910, days after the country's two dominant colonizing forces, the British and the Dutch-speaking Boers, had come together for the first time to govern one unified nation. Today, in the Supreme Court of Appeal's basement archive, there are thousands of cardboard boxes containing more than a century of case records. When you flick the light switch and the room's fluorescent tubes putter to life, row upon row of shelved rectangular sleeves are revealed. They sit like an audience waiting for a procession of readers to enter the room, but very few do. Occasionally a judge or law clerk, sometimes a researcher, but more often than not, the archive goes for weeks without a visitor, patiently gathering dust. The oldest cardboard boxes crack like bones when you loosen them. Inside, yellow pages are bound with string and rusty staples. Words flow in typewriter fonts or the elaborate, heavy-inked handwriting of an earlier time. In letters, petitions, affidavits, transcripts, exhibits of evidence, and these words tell the stories of disputes won and lost. In one sleeve, it is a wife against a husband. In the next, a worker against a boss. One shelf up, a victim against a perpetrator. Further along, a citizen against the government. When you carefully consider these case records, what gave rise to them, who was involved, and ultimately how they were decided, not only are you looking back in time, but you're also accessing a history beyond the court itself. The disputes that reach the highest court of any country are a reflection of its society. They expose its fault lines and points of friction. Cases of resistance against authority are arguably the most illuminating, as they point to the struggles that motivated ordinary citizens to break the law or to turn to it in the pursuit of justice. Cool. Thanks for listening. So that's just a little bit of context. 7 years ago, I went to that dusty basement in Bloemfontein, to the Supreme Court of Appeal, with the activist Zaki Ahmad. And we spent weeks there looking for case records, obscure case records involving resistance against government and corporations by ordinary, well, everyday working class South Africans. And what we realized were there were wonderful stories hidden down inside that room. I'd studied history at high school in the 90s, and particularly the first half of the 20th century, which we covered. I remember it being extremely boring. I just remember the packed government, Jan Smuts, and a few dates. But what we discovered inside those boxes were that there were wonderfully colorful, prescient, fascinating stories full of drama that no one had ever written about. So I decided that initially the plan was to write a sort of a traditional text-based history book to revive these stories. But more and more, as I got familiar with them, I thought, no, this needs to be in a different format. This is a story for everyone, not just for a small exclusive readership. So I decided to recruit some of South Africa's best illustrators to tell these stories with me. And one by one, I found 6 illustrators, one being Tumi Mamabolo, who's with me today. And we revived the stories in the form of graphic narratives. So the result is this book, which has recently been published by Jacana Media in South Africa and Catalyst Press in the United States. And it's already available in South African bookstores. And it contains artwork by Saeed Rahbini, the Trantral brothers, Liz Clark, Dada Kanyisa, Tumi Mamabolo, and Mark Modimola. And that's just a little bit of introduction. And I'm going to hand over to Tumi now. And while Tumi's speaking, I will just flick through some visuals, some selected pages from the book. Tumi, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Rich. I just found it really interesting how all the different chapters took on a whole life of their own, like the unique styles and processes and techniques that all the artists implemented just really brought a specific kind of glow to the stories. And much more, I think, than could have been achieved if these stories were, just words on paper, like that initial format. And that isn't to kind of dismiss or undermine the beauty of traditional books. I love them, but as an illustrator, I think that visual storytelling is just that much more accessible and interactive and tangible. So of course I'm a bit biased. Having been drawn to graphic novels from a very young age and even creating a few of my own, but nothing as large scale or as official as this, obviously, this really did stand out to me. And being able to contribute in reviving these stories and these people and these places has just been so special. So I illustrate chapter 5, which is titled A House Divided. And it follows the Bafokeng Rebellion of 1920 to 1924, where the chief's councillors attempt to depose the irresponsible ruler, Jose Mokgatle, for his drunken mismanagement of communal funds. When summoned to intervene, the Department of Native Affairs in Pretoria arguably made a bad situation much, much worse. In short, it's a story about a tense dynamic between democracy and customary law under the union government of the time. So when Rich approached me with this project, I'd previously only had a brief and very vague knowledge of the Bafokeng Rebellion. So it was a little bit overwhelming, taking on a project of this size with little exposure to the material and being the youngest artist there with the least experience and presumably the least context on the story I was working on. I was, I felt like a fish out of water a little bit, but in hindsight, I think it was a blessing in disguise. There were barely any visual references for the characters and the locations, and the handful there were weren't in the best condition. So I had to do a lot of interpreting and imagining beyond the words of the script. And before jumping into the illustrating, I did a bunch of concept art exploring what I imagined the characters would have looked like based on their personalities, their status, rank, and any other characteristics I could kind of glean from the script. So for example, Rich, if you could go to that page with Josi, his younger days.
This one?
The image of it. Yeah, that one.
Okay.
Like, you know, like when you had this one picture of him in his 30s, I believe, right? And I had to kind of like dig a little bit deeper to envision what he would look like in his later years when the chapter takes place. So, you know, like I looked at the things he does in the chapter, from his drinking to his selfish kind of decisions that he made to his surly, slightly entitled behavior. And that influenced how I ultimately imagined him to look, you know, like his forehead kind of like almost always creased in some other worry or frustration, his demeanor hunched and like hostile, and like just a really stoic man in general. And I did like similar character concepts for all the main people in the story. I did, I think, 5 or 6 of those people. And then, yeah, after Rich and I got on the same page with these concepts, I then proceeded to storyboarding, which was just a long, delicate, and meticulous process of like plotting the text and illustrations in a way that flowed naturally and also best served the overall narrative. With every page, we had to consider the amount of frames to include and like what would go where in each of these frames. And being a historical like text, there was often quite a lot of dialogue that had to go into the speech bubbles, and like a lot of characters that had to be included in like a single frame. And yeah, so it was like a really fun challenge, just exploring the compositions in a way that, you know, like finding the harmony, you know, where everything worked together. And quite a couple of frames, I think we had to cut out, you know, some text, or, you know, like just like revise, or just, yeah, like to make things work out and not be too dense. But then following those drafts, I then proceeded to adding more detail to the drawings. And yeah, that's, like you can see there, like a step-by-step kind of thing, and placing the text to see if any revisions had to be made before we like went on to the final stage. So all of that was the more, you know, mentally laborious portion of the project. What followed was like executing the final illustrations, which was, you know, the longer and more physically laborious portion. And overall took about, I think, 5 months to illustrate the chapter. And this was including the post-production, you know, like adjusting minor details to fit the period. I remember one thing that stands out is we had to go back and change the cars, because the cars I'd like initially drawn were more 1940s than 1920s. So I had to go back and, you know, make them more accurate to the period. So like small things like that, just to really add to the, you know, the consistency. And then there was just adjusting the colors, you know, some saturation, contrast, for like, you know, for print visibility and so on. But yeah, like without a doubt, this was, you know, the longest, biggest, and most rewarding project I've done in my short career. And I think it'll just always forever remain a highlight and an inspiration to have worked on something so special. I personally learned so much, you know, and I just look forward to people picking up the book and paging through it and just interacting with these powerful stories, and all the while, hopefully, just having a sense of all the love and, you know, the blood, sweat, and tears, and time and commitment that went into like producing it. You know, I think it's really something special that Rich created here and the team created, and yeah, we're just really proud of it. Return, if you want to add anything.
Yeah, thanks, Jimmy. That's great. Yeah, I think only really just to add a couple of things about what we tried to achieve, and a few maybe a few things that I didn't include in the context at the beginning about the book as a whole, is that, like Tumi said, it's of course it's not to say that traditional text-based books are not important. They're extremely important, and you know, without them, we would never have been able to create this book, because they were so many of the most important secondary sources. But one thing that I've always wondered, and increasingly wonder, is why aren't there more books? Why aren't there more visual books telling history? There is a sort of a stigma, I suppose, around the idea of a comic, which I think is unfair. And I hope that this book will be a small contribution to showing South African society that there are other ways of telling history, not just in the form of a tome with a lot of words and a few grainy photographs. Those books must still be produced, but I think there are other ways to widen the audience and make more readers feel included in the experience of reviving history and learning about history. So that's what we hope to do. And another aspect of this book is that in South Africa, we're accustomed to, in bookstores, on the history shelf, seeing a lot of familiar names over and over again, extraordinary people on sort of both sides, the heroes and the villains, who lived these sort of outstanding lives, made a huge contribution, and yet they were not the only extraordinary ones. There were many, many more. And the Supreme Court of Appeal basement provided an opportunity for us to find some of these anonymous everyday people. They've been forgotten by written history, and yet they made a contribution. They helped to shape South Africa as we know it today through courageous acts of resistance. And so it was ambitious in the sense that there was very little for us to work with when researching these individuals. But there is enough. And it started in that dusty basement in Bloemfontein. And then I went to archives around the country, especially in Johannesburg and Pretoria, and found more sort of texture to help build these narratives. And of course, doing it with reviving stories like this through illustration gives you so many more advantages and opportunities. You don't just have the tool of the written word, you have the tool of the illustration. And so you can make creative decisions in every single frame, which are reliable, which are accurate, but and they allow you to bridge gaps where words may not have been enough. So these are 6 stories which I like to think are being told for the first time. It is possible to find them in obscure PhDs and mentioned in a few sentences here and there in books that are that have been published, but they're now out of print. So I hope that it will be considered a serious contribution to history, not just a series of good stories, because that was certainly our intention. We certainly went as far to extreme lengths to stick to the facts, the facts that we could find. Yeah. So that's really all. I mean, I don't know if there's any questions that we feel like studying a bubble here. I don't know if anyone's out there wanting to ask us anything, but if so, we'd be very happy to give our insights. I can just hear a bird tweeting. I see.
Okay.
Okay, cool. All right. So, I mean, Tumi, do you want to add anything else?
No, I think you really put it like beautifully, Rich. You know, this was just, you know, like our like interpretation of those stories. You know, like we put a lot of effort, or like you put more effort into the research and, you know, into getting everything really accurate. And we just try to be faithful to those stories and those memories, and to bring them, you know, to life and to keep them alive. So yeah, no, that's all I'd really want to say as an artist, as an illustrator that contributed to this.
Thanks, Jan. I feel like the illustrators are the rock stars here. I mean, it was literally, I mean, if it had just been me and just words, I think people would give this book a second thought. Honestly, I mean that the illustrations bring it to life. And yeah, I hope that maybe, you know, someone picks it up, or someone's listening right now who is interested in writing. It doesn't have to be history. It could be a memoir. It could even be a novel. And for the first time thinks, wow, actually, maybe I should do it this way. And it's bit by bit in the world. I think South Africa is a little bit behind, but there are graphic histories coming out more and more. There's certainly graphic novels, sort of fiction, especially, are experiencing a boom in certain countries already. But I think that it would be great for us as South Africans to think more about how we can interact with our history through illustration and also through other art forms. And yeah, I hope that this is a small move in that direction. We'll see.
Yeah.
Truly inspiring. Thank you so much for this
conversation.
Thanks. Lumi, your work is beautiful. I love
so
your
much. It really is. It really is.
It's like the colors, the color that you use, like the colors schemes, very lovely. Yeah.
Thanks so much. Yeah. I took a lot of like references, and you know, like I wasn't really like too big into painting background, but like I learned so much about, you know, environments, and yeah, just try to make it as real and as, you know, authentic to the place where it took place. So yeah, I'm glad I translated that way.
Yeah.
This story was incredibly difficult to tell visually, right, Tumi? Because in fact, Tumi had the biggest challenge of all the artists, in the sense that we had so few visual source materials to work with, so few. And we had like, I don't know, to me, like 5 photos.
Yeah, there was 5 in total.
Story.
You can cut them like on your hand, really. But then like we had like all those other ones that were like kind of like linked around the time, but not specific to the place.
Yeah.
So like I said, like we had to do a lot of interpreting and a lot of kind of contextualizing, you know, ourselves, and just hope that it stuck.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. There were sort of 5 photographs from the period, from the place and the period, like in the 1920s in the Bafokeng, that we could find in the world. And this is like, I mean, the Bafokeng community in South Africa is even relatively unknown to South Africans. So it was really, we were really sort of scratching the surface of something that was not familiar to us or to you know, South Africa in general. And people think about the Bafokeng community sort of collectively, like it's this community, and not the individuals within it. And people know them for their platinum, but nothing else really. And so this is I think this is probably one of the most complex stories in the book. It tells a very sort of, it shows the sort of hypocrisy of the union government towards its own people. And yeah, I think it's well, I like to think it's sort of from a legal perspective and understanding how power works. It's the most profound of all of them. So yeah.
Yeah.
Letabo, yeah, well, hopefully one day we'll be able to do another volume. I mean, this book covers 1910 to 1948, and there's a lot of other stories out there to tell, not just from the apartheid era, but actually from the earlier era. In the 1800s and 1700s. I would love to do that book one day, and even the democratic era. So I'm hoping that there will be opportunities in the future for more. To me, I don't know if you'll be able to stomach another collaboration on this scale, but if not, like, well, either way, Letabo, I'm gonna be calling because
yeah, for sure.
My family is actually like from Phokeng, like Rustenburg.
Oh, whoa, really?
Okay.
So yeah, this is a very special one. So when I saw Phokeng, I was like, oh my God.
Nice.
Whoa, no way.
So yeah.
Wow, that's super rare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good to know. Well, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, I actually do have the stories already for other volumes. It's just a case of like fundraising and, you know, the research that goes into it, which is quite significant. But with any luck, we'll get there in the years to come.
Crossing fingers, Rich. You
Yeah.
got this.
Yeah. Just keep it in your diary to me. Don't.
Yeah.
Full.
Yeah, like I'll just keep it open like a whole year.
Okay.
Because that's what I'll need. Those 6 months
Please.
were very tight.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, one other thing, just we've got a few minutes left. I didn't include these inside the PDF that I'm sharing, but what we did in the book is it's not just the visual narratives. It's also actually after each chapter. This is not going to be very good, but we combined the artist's sketches with some of the sources, the most interesting sources that we found. So readers get an idea of the sort of process that went into creating the story. So after becoming acquainted with these obscure characters, in some instances you actually see a photograph of what they look like, and some of the sort of newspaper articles that related to it from the time. Here's another one. There's a Said's chapter on Indian passive resistors in Johannesburg around 1910. And you can see sort of his sketches alongside the handful of photographs we had for. So anyway, there it is. And if anyone's watching and they're interested, I'm not in South Africa, but I believe that it is available in most major bookstores. I'm from Maritzburg, and I hear it's in a tiny independent bookstore in a shopping mall that I haven't been to in 20 years. And that's great. So it means it is getting out, and also online, obviously, and Loot and on Jacana's website. So yeah.
Sorry, Rich, which website? Can I like order it online and just have it delivered?
Yes, you can. Let's have it was on a sort of pre-release discount on Loot. It should still be available on Loot, and I know that it's definitely available on Jacana's on the publisher's website.
Right.
Thanks. Cool. Tumi, anything else?
That's pretty much it for me, hey?
Okay. Just in time because we need to go. Letaba, you up next?
Yes, I'm up next.
Great.
All right, all the best, eh?
Actually, didn't even bring content or anything, so I'm just gonna speak about my work.
No, I think that's gonna be fine. I'm gonna stick around and watch if I can. I'll do
a replay of this. Actually, I'm very keen to hear about it.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Great to meet you, Dumi.
All right, guys, you too, hey? Yeah. Hopefully you get to collaborate sometime in the future.
Yeah.
All right. Cheers, everyone.
Okay. All right.
Thanks
bye,
for having
guys.
me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, you guys.
Thank you.
Hi, Letabo.
Bye.
Pleasure.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Nice to see you. We were hoping to have you here, but you're here in a way.
Yep. I am.
Have a seat. So which one? Middle center. Where must she sit?
Yeah. I actually didn't. I thought it was just going to be like an interview.
Yes, Kanya is here to do the interview.
Oh, right. So no, I just heard presentation and I'm like, I'm sorry.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll share the footage with you. Huma. How's it going? It's good, actually. Apart But tomorrow, I think. Hi, everybody. We're still here. I hope you're still here with us. I'm excited to announce the next session because this is with an up-and-coming illustrator who is taking the art world by storm, I would say. And I say that because she was featured in Timepieces recently because of the unique way that she's keeping traditional ways of art, techniques of art and painting in a digital world. So Lethabo Huma will be sitting down with our host, Kanya from Bop Radio, and she will be telling us a little bit more about how she fell in love with art and how she got into illustration, and she'll tell us all about what has happened in her life after being featured in Timepieces.
Hi, Lethabo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Just to say good afternoon to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us here at the inaugural African Book and Design Festival. And we are now in conversation with a beautiful young lady. I'm seeing you through digital eyes. But I still can confirm. And that is Lethabo Huma, who is a digital illustrator. Now, when somebody thinks books, and then I'm chatting to a Lethabo who's a digital illustrator, somebody's thinking, what is going on? Can we connect the dots?
Yeah, definitely. Writing and visual art is just storytelling. It's just different kinds of like storytelling. So I think that's where the connection comes in. So any kind, or I'd like to believe that any form of creativity is just artists just telling a story.
So Lethabo, let's take it back. I got the tail end of the previous conversation and you were speaking about, where you come from. So maybe let's start it off there to bring, since we are talking about storytelling, just tell us briefly about your upbringing, your introduction into reading, into books, and then obviously expanding into digital illustration.
Lethabo Huma has always been a creative child. I've always loved involving myself in projects that just like involved like using my hands a lot, whether that was like making my own beadwork or like knitting clothes for my dolls and stuff like that. So for me, I've just always been an artist for as long as I could remember. And so I'd always use art as a form of like escapism. Like it was just a space where I could communicate and like connect with the world. Yeah, so I've just always been an artist really all my life. And I've been a professional artist for around about like 5 years now. And when I started in this creative field, I was a traditional artist. So I just worked with solely paintings, acrylics, pencil sketches. And I briefly pursued a degree in computer science, and that's where I actually found digital art. And I was just blown away with what you can actually do with like tech and how you can actually tell stories using technology and your work. And so that's just the space that I've just currently been in, and I love it. Yeah.
Just to detour a bit, the art world, the world of the creative arts, illustration, you touch base there, speaking about some of the mediums that you've used, acrylics, oil paints and all that. It's a very expensive industry, and you mentioned that you've been professionally in this space for about 5 or so years. When you were a young child and you are creative and you know that you're creative and you want to express yourself, there are barriers or there are potential barriers to entry within the professional field of the creative arts because the mediums are so expensive. Just the acrylics, the magic markers are some things that I can remember where back then they were like 140 per marker, and you don't even finish a picture and it's finished. So what was the conversation that was had with you and your parents, or you and the people who were helping you on this journey, trying to find your expression within the arts, about trying to, you know, kind of sidestep or overcome the financial barriers as a professional artist or creative?
Honestly, like when I started off, I'm a self-taught artist. So there's a lot of things that I didn't know. There's a lot of like tools that different kinds of tools that I didn't know that you can actually use to create. So like when I was in school, I would literally draw with my pencil, my school pencils, and your regular HB pencils and a eraser or a pen. So that's just literally how I was just creating for the longest of times. The time when I started getting like used to like understanding the concept of the internet, getting a phone, that's when I actually like found that there's actually different kinds of tools that you can use to create. And yes, it was expensive. Like art supplies are just so expensive. So for me, I would always save. I would actually save up for those kinds of things. Like I would save, like let's say I was looking for. So what I'd also do is I'd also like try and figure out what kind of tool I like exactly needed, even right down to pencils, because you know there's like a wide range of like, for example, graphite pencils, like HB, 2B. So I would actually like look up like what exactly I would need. So I know I'd need like a super dark pencil and a super light pencil, and I would save up for those two pencils and then just get those. So that was literally how I did it. I think if maybe I went to an art school or a school that actually offered art as a subject, maybe I could have then used that to my advantage to actually ask for certain art supplies, but I didn't. So for me, it was just always like limited supplies. So yeah, and I feel like that's just how art is. Like a lot of creativity and art is just inside you, like the message that you actually want to relay, and you do that. And I think also when you have a limited amount of supplies, I feel you are able to like experiment and think out of the box. You know, I'm currently like studying visual multimedia at the University of South Africa, and we're always encouraged to like use different kinds of ways to create. Like I've used like beetroot juice to create like a piece, turmeric powder, and those kinds of things. So I would say that also just a small piece of advice is just get creative, and just know that a lot of the message that you want to relay to the world, most of it comes from like within you. So start there, and time goes on, things will fall into place, and you will be able to afford certain things for yourself. Yeah.
I like that. I like how you have used what would have been deemed a challenge or, you know, a something a preventative thing, and you've used that to actually expand on your creative expression. Now, let's take this conversation, you know, a couple of steps further. In terms of digital illustration, you do mention that, you know, it's all storytelling, all of it, because here we are trying to, you know, connect the dots in terms of books. Because a lot of people, when they think books, they don't really think about, you know, the end product. And a lot of readers or consumers of books actually connect with the book first because of the visuals, you know. It's like, I can think that for a long time as a child, the books that I connected with, or the books that I would request to be bought for me, is because of the illustration. It was because of the cover. And then the older you get, then maybe the title grabs you, and so on and so forth. So now, the whole illustration, you know, putting that together, because you are creative in your own right. So you have your own ideas, your own processes, and now you have to engage with an author, with an editor, with a publisher. I can just only imagine, you know, creatives, everybody's just expressing themselves. How do you then connect and make sure that the end product is something that's still true to you, but it's also true to the story that's being told, but also true to the fact that at the end of the day, we're trying to sell the book and we're trying to get the book to engage with the wider audience. So what is that journey like?
A very tough one. I would say that I've worked on a children's book this year. It was actually the first book illustration that I actually worked on. And it was actually one of my most challenging projects ever, because if you really think about it, it's literally two artists from two different worlds, right? Writing and also like visuals, like coming together to actually like make something into a song, make something like sing and actually make sense. And I would say that I think it'll be different for every single writer and artist, but I think what's important is being able to allow the freedom for both of the writer and the artist to allow each other enough freedom to be able to like express yourself to your full potential. And then from then on, working together to see what you can, looking at it like in a more objective sense and looking at what can we like remove and what can we keep from both ends. I think also another thing would be, what another important factor to consider would be who approached who. Like if it's more of like a collaboration, then I think the decision making would be more like of a 50-50 thing. If the writer is the one that approached the visual artist, then it's really important for the artist to make sure that they really capture the narrative that the writer is trying to portray. Yeah.
Now, Lethabo, you mentioned that you did your first book and it was a children's book and it was challenging. So from a professional, point of view, because I guess when you professionalize anything, it has to kind of, meet some sort of middle ground, because yes, you need to reel in that creativeness, because I know us as creatives, we can go buck wild and just be like, yeah, and then it can be this, and then it can be this. But, there are things like budget, there's time constraints, and we also just want one clear picture, and at some point you have to stop yourself and say, I cannot edit this or I cannot redo it anymore. What was some of the most challenging things to you as a professional, to you as a creative mind trying to express yourself and as yet trying to show up in a professional space to say that you are someone that other artists, that other authors can look up to in terms of conveying visually what their stories are about?
That's a very long journey. I feel like that's always going to be an ongoing journey. But I would say that it's more about like you as an artist and how you present yourself. And I feel like art is so diverse and fluid, and also just how you can present it. I think it's also important to factor in how you want to be seen as an artist. There are artists that sort of like curate their pages in such a way that they attract corporations, they attract clients, and there are other artists that just post their work, for them, just post their work. So I think what's really important if you want to like be more professional about your career and make some money, I think it's important to find a balance between sharing what you want to share as an artist, just being yourself, and also curating it in such a way that clients are able to actually see that you are someone that's actually like looking to be commissioned and to be paid for certain projects. So I think what's important is online, really. Online, I think what's important is being very aware of how you curate your page and how you share your work.
And then, now that you speak about, living digitally in terms of your page online, because that's how a lot of artists are getting themselves out there, digital illustration, where is it now, in your opinion, and what do you think is the future of it, and in terms of its partnerships with books? Because also, I know that, there are some people who want to touch, feel, smell the books, right? But we also are moving to a digital era where the books are living in the digital space. So where do you think the digital illustration lives right now, and where is it going in terms of the partnership with books?
Okay. I'm very excited for the future of like digital illustration and how we're moving in this digital space. I would say that we're yet to see, but we're gonna see a lot of books with visuals. And I think it's partly because of the fact that because we are living in such a digital age, it's so much easier to connect with someone else and collaborate with someone else, regardless of the fact that they live like miles and miles away. You know, the lady that I worked with for the children's book, she's from America, but we were able to literally produce a book together. So that's the power of this digital age. So we're yet to see a lot more collaborations between writers, visual artists, filmmakers, and because of this digital age, it just makes it so much more easier to connect with people.
Luhuma, do you think it is Lethabo, sorry, combining your name and your surname there. Lethabo, do you think it is it harder, is it more challenging, or is it just a different experience using, you know, digital illustration as opposed to traditional methods of creatively expressing yourself?
Oh, I mean, I think that's relative. I think it depends on the artists and what they're comfortable with and how they create and how the kind of methods that they use to create. So I'd say that for a digital artist and for people that just exist online for the most part and are comfortable with the online space, it'll definitely be much easier. But I know it'll be very challenging for someone who solely like works with like in the traditional space and isn't like very familiar with like the online space. So I think that's very relative, yeah.
As we're about to close, I just want to ask you, so, you know, there's a lot of authors, there are a lot of genres of books. Are there any, I don't know, top 2, top 3 artists or authors that you would like to work with, where you'd like to see your work come to life on their books, on their covers? Is there anybody top of mind, whether it is South African, it's continental, or it is global?
At the top of my mind, 2.
Yeah.
Richard. Richard is actually with us right now, but I'd definitely love to work with Richard. And number 2, the writer of the Hlomu series, Hlomu the Wife series. I would love. Yes. Oh, I loved this. I love the series.
Yeah.
I love.
Shoot your shot. Dudu's here. Shoot your shot.
I would love to work with you. You know, I love the series. Like I've read those books so many times, like all of them. And yeah, and yesterday I was watching The Wife, the first 3 episodes of The Wife Showmax, and I just loved how everything just came to life visually. So yes, that's me shooting my shot, Dudu.
Listen, I will shoot the shot some more on your behalf. And now, you know, you touching on The Wife on Showmax. I mean, how frustrated were you at the end of the 3rd episode and there was nothing? I thought something was wrong with my I had to reconnect. I was just like, what's going on?
But I love that. I love that because I feel like if we had the full season, I wouldn't have slept. Like I would have just watched the whole thing. I would have binge watched the whole series, and that would have been. So I love the fact that there's a breathing period. They're giving us time to actually like digest the first 3 episodes and just talk about them and just see how we feel about Mkhele, how we feel about Hlomu, Kawe, and just the whole cast and just how everything came to life. So yes. The Wife is amazing.
The Wife, it is for you. Now, you know, bringing it back to the digital illustration of things. So we've seen here a book, something that was written. We've seen the pages come to life in, you know, in the silver screen, you know, with actual physical people, right? And now, you know, there's all these talks of things like metaverse that are going all around. With that, so now it's gone from one medium to the next. So you as a digital illustrator, you don't always depict things in a reality, so to speak, that we know it, right? So if some of those characters that you saw from The Wife, you know, the Hlomu series, and you saw them now and you watched them and they were actual people, if you were given an opportunity to digitally, you know, put something together, Do you have any images of how, because, you know, with digital illustration, I can imagine it's partly artificial intelligence. So there's things that you can enhance, things that you can change. Would you, do that kind of stuff? Is that something that would, kind of tantalize your, your creative spirit?
Definitely. I am an internet girl. I like calling myself an internet girl. I exist a lot online. So a lot of my creativity and a lot of my inspiration comes from different ways of because there's so many ways that you can actually create. Like these so many cool softwares that people are creating for people to actually use and actually make something for themselves. So I would definitely, that would be something that I would look into. I love 3D art. I love sculpting, digitally 3D printing. So all these things that exist in the digital space. So I would that's definitely something that I'd do. Yeah.
Paint a picture. What would Hlomu look like? If you had just read the book and then we had not gone, through the traditional means of making it, what would Hlomu have looked like for you? Because I know what I imagined her like, even though you read and there's a bit of a description, but I mean, she was something else in my head. What would she look like, if you were to give her life in the digital space?
Oh, that's so tricky. As a visual artist, you think of so many details, but I'll say that I'm happy with the way she looks because she's actually similar to what I thought she'd look like. Okay. But I'd say that, I think when you're reading, you tend to imagine something that is more of almost as a reflection of you, parts of you, people around you. So I would say that when I read Hlomu, I imagined myself. I imagined someone that looked like me. So something very similar to who I am and the people that are in my space. So I can't really be very specific as to how I would have imagined her to look like, but something very similar to me and people in my space. Yeah.
You're going to think I'm lying, but you know what? When I saw you and we're speaking about her, that is the image that I had. So I don't know. Maybe they should. I don't know. I said to you, shoot your shots. And then just as we wrap up, for anybody who was, who's been joining us, and they've always understood books in one dimension, and that is just, but I can't write. I'm better in drawing and creating, images, or that's how I consume stories. I like to consume stories through visuals. For somebody who is now thinking, okay, I know that I've got the skill, I know that I've got the talent, or I can look, for places where I can get the skill to kind of, sharpen my talent. What words of encouragement or what words of trying to get them into team, digital illustration do you have for them to say, this is a new avenue to explore. This is an avenue that not only will allow you creative freedom or creative expression, but it's also an avenue that can be professional and you can make a living out of it. What words, what would you say to someone who's listening right now?
I would just say, do it. Just do it. Just jump into the deep end and do it, because the world is moving into a digital space. That's why, illustrators, I think there's this, there's this idea that if you're an artist, you probably, especially a digital artist, probably not making enough money to sustain yourself and those kinds of things. Those are real concerns. But trust me, there are people who buy into digital artists. There are people that invest in digital artists. Look into the NFT space. Sell your work as non-fungible tokens. Right now, there's an NFT artist who his name is Beeple. He just sold people like calling them images, but his digital art pieces, 5,000 of them for close to $69 million. Wow. Right. So there are people that are looking into the space and are investing into the space. So if it's something that you're passionate about, just do it. You'll be okay. You'll be okay. All you need is passion and faith and discipline. 3 things. So yeah.
There you have it. That is Lethabo Huma, who's a digital illustrator, giving us just snippets of her journey into the world of digital illustration, as well as just, you know, just do it. That's what she says. Do it. Have the faith, have the discipline, and just do it. Thank you so much, Lethabo.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lethabo. Thank you so much, Kanya. That was really great. We're going to move on to a very important session that is titled Connecting Authors to Audiences, because that's why we're here. We need to sell books. And in order for us to sell books, we'll have to connect them to audiences. So stay tuned for that as the panelists come on. We're going to take a short break just to allow them to get their microphones in and get situated, and then we'll go straight into that session.
Oh, okay.
No, hold on.
Are you ready?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lorraine Sitole, and I am the Vice Chairperson of EB South Africa, which stands for the International Board on Books for Young People. The whole point is connect children to books. And this afternoon, I am bringing you a fantastic session with authors, self-published authors, publicists, as well as publishers. And we are going to be talking about how we connect audiences to African books. And this is going to be such a fantastic session, as we have heard throughout the day that the readers are out there. All we have to do is to make sure that we reach them. We have spoken about themes that our readers want to see in the books, as well as what attracts them to books. There was just a session right now on illustrations, so the cover of the book is equally important. On my far left, I have Chanel Mansfield from What Now Publishers, who has published 2 of her own books, and she also works with self-published authors in a hybrid model. Hello, Chanel, how are you doing?
Fine, and you?
Are you excited?
Very, I'm nervous, but I'm ready.
Very excited. And next to me, I have Phumza Shabangu, who has self-published a total of 4 books. There's a 5th book coming out very, very soon. And she has a very exciting as well as motivated following. Girl, you have 21,000 Facebook followers. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm good. I'm hoping they are watching me live right now.
I hope so
on
too.
YouTube.
And going to my right, I have Katu Maestro, who has published a trilogy, and it is also doing fantastically well on the market. He is very active on his social digital platforms, and it is so comforting to see authors getting very, very close to the readers. How are you, Katu?
I'm fantastic. How are
you?
you?
Great, fantastic. Awesome. And I have Nico. Nico has just established a publicist company, which is a great service that people like everyone who is here actually on this session is a service that is very, very necessary, because once the book is out there, how do we then make sure that readers like myself get it? How are you doing today?
Oh, well, thanks in yourself.
I am fantastic as well. Guys, throughout the morning, we have heard about traditional publishing, traditional way of doing things. But we all know, since last year, March, traditional is gone. Traditional is gone. No one, very few people now are going into bookshops. And most of those bookshops have closed because the industry, most industries have been totally obliterated. Now, how do we then get this finished product into the hands of people like me? Chanel, I'm going to start with you. You are a publisher. You are also a published author. And those are 2 very different things. So you are addressing 2 very different needs from 2 very different sets of people. How do you, I mean, since COVID and everything else that we are living through, how have you been able to reach your audiences?
It's not easy. I'm sure we can all attest to that sitting here. It's very, very difficult. But I must credit using social media. That's the biggest platform at the moment. We've got a few of our books in bookstores, more specifically the kids' book and Traded. The self-publishers, it's a little bit more difficult to get them into the bookstores. But you know, we've used everything available So if it's Instagram, Facebook, having our own website, distributing directly to our readers, getting in touch with bookstores ourselves, then getting involved with the distributor. So every avenue that's available, I'm trying that.
Every avenue that's available, you're trying that. Now, Phumza, you have a very successful Facebook page with 21,000 supporters. And obviously, you know, we all have a huge following, but it's only a limited number of people who are consistent, who are consistently buying the books, who are talking about the books, who show up at your launches, whether it's physical launches or digital launches. How are you then able to keep that small group, that tribe going?
That is a tough one. But what I did, I think for me, Facebook has been a biggest tool to market my books from the beginning, because I started writing on Facebook. And then because people encouraged me to publish, and I decided, okay, let me publish. So throughout the years, as I release books, I continue to write stories so that I can build the momentum and keep the people interested. Then they would order directly from me, and if I have a distributor who has my books in stores, then they would go and buy from the stores. But I must say, I've been able to make sales by myself, you know, using just Facebook and, you know, advertising my books on Facebook, because I have a group and I have a page with quite a few number of people following. So I use that platform to market myself, to sell the books there. During lockdown, that's basically when they opened for courier service, that's basically what I did, because the bookstores remained closed for a while. Yeah. So that's what I did. I kept selling my books. People, you know, they want the signature, they want a signed book, they want a message, because I've been with them now for like 4 or 5 years, so they feel like they know me. So I must write those personalized messages. So it's working, but it's not enough. It's not enough, you know, as Chanel is saying that, you know, she has tried every avenue that's available to her. There isn't a lot that's available to self-publishers. You know, you have to knock and crawl through doors, and people are like, who are you? What do you want? And they also take advantage, and yeah, so it's been difficult, but yeah.
It's been difficult. Kathu, I want to come back to you. I mean, you write for a primarily female market, and here you are, a whole man writing. Writing for an exclusively female readership. Yes. How were you able to make that connection from the first book and keep the story going? I mean, you have a trilogy. It's not like you have 3 standalone books. Yes. So it means you have been successful. Yeah. You are successful. How were you able to keep the momentum going and keep that connection with the readership?
So my books are mainly focused on trauma and gender-based violence. So I think from a female perspective, that's how I got the readership. Because I always say, you know, the one thing a man is afraid of going to jail is getting raped. But with a woman just walking outside, anything can happen. So I was able to speak to a lot of women who've got a lot of childhood trauma. And after the first book, for me, it was just very therapeutic. I thought I was done. And once it hit the stores, you know, 2 weeks later, every author knows, they say, when is the next book coming? So I had not even intended to write the follow-up. And then I wrote the second book. And I saw that the readership was increasing, because I was not just getting readers, but I was getting a lot of people who are hurting, who wanted to heal. So it was the books were like a healing ministry for me. And the third one is really an amazing book of self-discovery, surrendering, and awakening. The character is really getting into herself and finding herself. And I think the readers who've been there from book 1 are really growing and finding themselves with the books, because I always say, you know, material achievements are temporary, but you know, but finding yourself is eternal. And it's a healing series. And even this book, I thought, okay, I'm done. It's a trilogy. and then I'm going to start a new book. But then there are so many characters that can still be developed that are going to play a bigger role in the next few books coming. So definitely there's a book 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Wow.
9, 10, wherever the journey takes us. Because as writers, you're also storytellers of things that people relate to. So you just continue on that front. Yeah.
Sure, Nico, then you have like the toughest job of them all, you know, because once the books are created and produced, then you are the one who goes out there and find the readers. And as Katu has said, that his books are selling because there is this overarching theme of trauma and healing, and we don't only want to hear about sad things, we also want to know that we are able to surmount our challenges. And although you have been in the publishing industry for a very, very long time, and you have worked as a publicist with various publishers in South Africa, now having established a publicist company of your own, what are the linkages that you look for when someone like Phumza or Chanel or Katu comes to you and says, here is the finished product. I have spent so much. We know putting a book together is a lot of money. I've spent so much money. I need you then to be able to get it out there so that at least I recover my investment. How do you then start creating those avenues for them?
So it all starts with communication. You know, you have that first meeting, you talk to the author, talk about the process. Why did you write? You know, who did you write for? And understanding what it is that the author wanted to relay when they wrote this book, right? And part of that conversation also is engaging with the book, you know, being able to read it. And because you can do PR, but you need to be strategic. Where are you placing it, you know? You cannot just place a book anywhere. You cannot take a Kitty's book, for instance, and put it in GQ magazine, you know. Is that the readership? Is that the audience that the author was intending to reach? Yes or no, you know. So I look at those things and try to also make sure that I am well in the know about what's happening in the space, you know, in different spaces. It's very important also as a PR person not to only live in your own box or in your own shelter, but go out there and see what other people are doing, what's happening in the space. And then when you are aware and know what's happening, it's easy for you to have those conversations and quickly relate that conversation or that book with this space and that space, or these kind of people and that kind of people.
Wow. Now, speaking about relatability, Phumza, I'm going to come to you, start with you with this question. Speaking about relatability, I mean, we exist, especially in these days, we exist exclusively almost on digital. We have a very strong digital footprint. Though you are a business as a self-published author, you also a person who has a private profile, you know, where you post, I don't know, food, cats, and stuff like that. How do now authors start making that distinction that these are my books, this is a business, and this is who I am as an individual, and these are my fun pictures. How should they then start sitting down and start to create a sort of a strategy for those two different entities?
It's a hard one as well, Lorraine, because I am I'm self-published, so I'm both, as you mentioned. But what I try to do all my promotional work on my pages where I post the books, and there's nothing personal that goes on. So it's the group and the page where I will write and I will post whatever I need to. But it does overlap to my personal page because obviously other people are not following the pages and the groups. They follow Phumza, the author, so they will want to hear when the next book is coming. But I post my personal stuff there as well because people need to relate. They need to know that I'm the human being behind, these 4 books. They need to know I'm not just about the books. So I censor myself from time to time unless there's been a glass of wine or 2. I try to make it, palatable for everyone else. But it's difficult, Lorraine. I mean, it's out there, and I feel like I just want to be as authentic as I can be. So the censorship, not so much. So yeah.
Lorraine, if I can just
Yeah.
add to what Pumza is saying, just, because we're dealing with authors as well and the self-publishers, and I think I don't always necessarily think you need to separate the two. I think what's happening at the moment, especially in South Africa with the literature, is that the readers want to be able to approach the author.
Yes.
They want to be able to have a conversation with you and ask you a question about something they read in your book, or ask you to sign your book, or whatever the case is. And I think when they see how you're living and just sharing things, I think it brings a little bit more of that, like you said, being authentic, and it makes you more relatable. So I would think that making it one is really good, more than separating the two. So, I mean, if you look at some of the other authors, you get Sue and even Pindi, they do, it's just one page, and you interacting with them all the time. And I think that works a lot more than keeping it separate.
It does. And also, for a long time, they thought I was a man until I was a man behind the books. Like, they were so shocked when I revealed myself, like, no, this is a female writer. It's like, oh.
Wow.
know the
That's
feeling.
shocking.
Yeah.
And when Akatu, how have you been doing it? Or is it also, this is me, I'm an author, plus I'm also a person, who's living his life?
So it's very difficult to separate the roles. So I've also just surrendered my page to the public. I was private, and then people then will try to link to you, and then they can't get in because first you have to approve. Then I had the chills. I think I had to fast and pray before I went to public, and then I opened it. So I'm one. So in my page, it's the author, because I think once you open yourself to the public, you don't know who you're inspiring. You don't know who's following you, who really gets nourishment from you. So I don't block anybody off, and I respond to every single DM. I know it's very difficult, but I always find a space. I try to keep it up at about 3 hours at the latest that I would respond, because people really want to engage.
Yeah.
I mean, it's if you look at how most magazines died, is because now people don't really have to wait for an interview in a magazine.
Yeah.
The artist or the author can just wake up and go out there and say whatever they need to say, and then you've got that information. So I've kept my page now. It's public. Katu Maestro, everybody, you can visit, DM if you've got questions, and definitely order books.
Yes, order books. That is the most important thing. But Nyuko, I think for you, it's very, very different, because you are selling a different service. Readers don't really care much about what you do as an individual. We want to see who is coming out, what are the themes, are they speaking to us? So for you, when you start creating a digital media campaign for the various clients that you have, what is the main thing that you look for, that you want to put out there so that readers like myself connect to the books?
So with digital, definitely finding the people that fit into whatever the book that you're selling. I think Instagram has been a really great source of that, especially with bookstagramming being such a big thing. And there's like these little communities, it's interesting, really. I love Instagram, and I love what Instagram is doing, like bookstagrammers are doing with books, online, and how they're reviewing it and, engaging. And people actually, stay tuned on these pages so they can see what this person is reading next and stuff like that. So that's what I look at. I look at the kind of engagement, are you a reader? Unfortunately, in the line of work that I do, you do get chances, you know, people who just want to get books for free and then they never do anything with it. So I look for those people who are within the community, who will read the book, who will engage with not only with the book and the author, but also with their audiences and the author's audiences. We were having a conversation earlier on this morning also before the panel started, and how TikTok is also growing in terms of books. And I'm also investigating and looking into that kind of field and what are the sort of things that we can do, you know. I think right now, in a previous conversation that I had also about TikTok, it seemed like it's only for children's books, so it works better for children's books. But then there is, interesting, right? But there's also a growing audience for, you know, adult books, fiction, non-fiction, and people are doing all sorts of things on digital and online platforms with books.
Wow, I didn't know that about TikTok. Chanel, I mean, Africa, sorry. Africa has a very youthful population. About 60% of the population is under 25. And in that conversation, we were also talking about the difficulty of keeping your TikTok account going unless you are a Gen Z, you know. And I mean, we are all sitting here and we are definitely not teenagers. How do we then keep up with those kind of readers? Because those are the people that we want. There is a huge potential in that market. You know, we want those people, we want to capture them young, but I mean, from 12, from any age, I am happy. Any age you become a reader, I am grand. So how do you, and what is it that you do to ensure that you keep them in the loop?
I mean, you have to create a lot of content. And I mean, sometimes you're a one-man show. And for me, social media is a lot of work. And it's a great tool. I mean, it's free. You can do whatever. You put your stuff out there, people see it, and it just gets shared, and it's just timeless, and it just goes and goes and goes. But you have to make sure that, like Nico said, that you are putting the content out to reach this specific audience. Yes. You know, and with our company where we've got a variety of books, you know, we've got a children's book, we've got adult fiction, we've got a self-help book. There's so many, you know, you've got to create different content for everybody. And that becomes, it is a little bit exhausting. So now I'm thinking, okay, now I've got to start a TikTok account. I think, oh God. You know?
It's more like you're creating content for social media.
Yes.
You have to think of ways of reaching that audience and capturing them.
Exactly.
And for me, I also find it exhausting.
It is exhausting, you know, besides when you're doing everything else. But besides the social media side of things, I also try and look at where we can take the books physically. So, you know, we've done quite a few readings specifically with the kids' book where we've been at exclusive books. We've done the small independent stores where we go and we do face painting with the kids. We do fun activities with them. So it's kind of really adapting the story to that audience and going to the right place. So you have to, like Nico says, you have to look where the audience is and you've got to follow them. You know, it's not always bringing them to you. You've got to go to them.
And just to add on, when you are dealing with social media, content creation is not easy. You know, respect to people that actually do content creation every single day. But I find it also, you know, just capitalize on what's happening. For instance, trends. You know, they go viral very quickly, you know, but then if you're able to hop onto the train and do something, you know, to also just join the trend, whatever hashtag is on fire at that moment, you know, do that. I think with social media, it's very important that you're like on the pulse with it. You're always, you know, and if you're able to always catch on to those trends and those hashtags that are like fired up at that moment, you're able to also, you know, build momentum and actually get audiences to look at what you're doing, because, you know, we all love to see these trending things and these funny videos that people keep, you know, recreating. So being able to just be on the pulse and just, you know, see those things and also just hop onto the train helps a lot.
Learning from others. I have seen now what has come out is people are selling packages, like a social media strategy, content strategy for 30 days, and they just sell you templates for $7, $10. And I thought that could be a great thing to invest in order to keep you connected to your audience. I mean, you will obviously change the message because, you know, you are dealing with readers.
Yes.
Now, Chanel, writing and producing books for children, it's not only for children, because children, they don't have money. So you are basically, we are the first point of call. You are selling to parents, and I like how you have moved now into physical spaces, because kids are very, very, very visual. You know, they want to see the book, they want to touch the book, they want to hear, and most of them, because they can't read for themselves, you know, they want to hear the reading and they connect the words. And that way you're selling to me. You're selling to me. If that is what I can hear for my child, then I am definitely buying that book. So big ups to you for moving into smaller spaces, obviously with protocols observed.
Yes.
Now, Phumza, you're not only an author. I mean, you also belong to a book club, yeah, which has been running for a while. 3 years now. 3 years now. For 3 years now. And outside of your book club, how has the uptake been to your work?
Oh, it's been amazing. I was nervous at first. You know my content, what I write about. I was very nervous. That's why when I started writing, I wrote under an alias, because I was like, I'm not ready, to face. Hence the assumption that I was a man. But it's been surprising. People receptive to my books. They give me feedback on how it has changed their lives and how it has impacted their lives. So I'm actually, humbled by the response that I receive. I was not expecting it, and it's been growing, and it's, every year there's more people that are buying the books. So it's been great, and I have people that hype me up. My readers will hype me up wherever they go. You've seen them, how they are at my book launches. Yeah. So, and I mean the book club as well. They also hype me up, and that's what we do as book clubs. We get a book, we will talk about it non-stop. I mean, we were at Putumi's book reading last night. We're still talking about it and posting about it. So I think also it's good for authors to, engage with book clubs, because I feel like, those small communities, they have their own people that follow them, and then they can push the books forward for them as well. And the reading community is growing in South Africa. The misconception that Black people don't read, it's not true. These books are going deep. Like, you don't understand the audience I have in rural KwaZulu-Natal, in rural Eastern Cape. And there's no bookstores, so we have to, use Pexi to deliver these books. But it's a lot of people that are buying our books. It's just that I think, the market hadn't really catered for them. Because, I mean, books, there's a wide variety of genres. So I think the market hadn't really catered for them. So now we are catering for them, and they are buying.
No, you are. You are definitely catering for them, and you've caused an upset.
Yes, we're here for that.
Yeah.
We're here for that.
We're here for that. We're here for that. Now, Kathu, I mean, you write, as I said, very women-centric stories, and it's well and good when we are hiding behind digital tools. But how has your work and the fact that you are a man writing these stories been received in physical spaces?
Well, okay. So it's almost like Phumza. A lot of people would say, oh, I thought you were a woman. I thought you were a girl. Then it's always the engagement to say, how do you understand a woman so well, the emotions, the scenes, the sex scenes and all those kind of things. And universally, I think we are all male, female. You can tap into that femininity as a man. And for me, I really encourage more men to really understand women, because at the end of the day, you are married or dating a woman. Do you know what I'm saying? So for me, it's been exciting to be able to engage people when they had that misconception that I was a woman, for them to say, how did you know? How do you write so deep, the emotions? And it's also encouraging for me to do more in-depth into myself. Because I won't lie, it's not something that happens overnight. It's also something that from my own traumas, I really had to go search deep inside and find my deepest self. And when you come out of entering your own pain, you are able to relate to everything that's happening out there. I think as men, we need to pay attention to what's happening outside, to what's happening with women, and be in touch. And it was exciting also to do research more about women. You know, there's certain things that I had to do research. Some I didn't use it in the book. And now I've got all this knowledge. I don't know if you remember that movie, What a Man Thinks. Yeah. So now I've got all these things that I understand about women, and it's exciting. It makes life much easier. It's just so exciting. I just want to appeal to all men. Please, please, please understand women.
Amen.
It is the most liberating thing.
Amen.
It makes life easier. Yeah.
Everyone is loving it. Understand more women.
Yeah.
And Nyuko, for you, it's not only connecting to the readers, it's ensuring that the product, the book that you are promoting, connects to the reader, and also ensuring, earlier on there was a session with publishers, and the main gripe was sales figures. You know, it's ensuring that your author, your clients get value for money. Now, seeing that, you know, I mean, the trends show us, and the stats are there to say that, you know, there is a decline in book sales, not reading, we are reading. It's just that there is a slight downward curve in terms of sale or in terms of book buying. How do you then, or have you ever thought about how to get the books outside of South Africa? And we really are still in that traditional supply chain of printing.
Yeah. Yes.
You know, we haven't really tapped into our networks beyond the borders. That cloud printing, how do I get this book to Nigeria at a very, very low cost to me as a publicist, as a self-published author, as a publisher?
Yeah, definitely. That's something that I have been thinking about a lot, and also having conversations with other people about, you know, I mean, in the UK and the US, they do it so well where, you know, when they tour for book tours, they actually like go across the country, you know. And why can't we do that for Africa? You know, why can't we, when we do book launches and travel across borders and share the works that we do? So currently having those conversations with various people in different places. I'm having conversations with someone in Kenya that's having a festival in March, you know, about how do we work more together? How do we participate with one another? How do we get our authors in Kenya and talking about books, and authors in Kenya and South Africa, and you know, talking about books and stuff like that? And in terms of sales, you know, as much as you want to do PR and push your book for sales, you know, unfortunately the reality is it's doesn't always translate into sales. But I think what's important is, if you're able to build that meaningful connection, you know, with your audiences, because in most cases, you have to first connect with your audience before they even buy the book. Yes. So even if I don't have the money right now to buy it, but because I connected with Phumza and her book and what she was writing about, you know, I will definitely remember that day when I am financially okay to go into the store and buy her books, I will do that because you've created that connection. And with me exploring right now and what I'm doing is definitely going towards the direction of let's create more connections, not only with South African audiences, book audiences, but, you know, the rest of Africa. Let's all participate, you know, and make the circle bigger.
Yeah.
you want to add?
Yeah, just around the dip in book sales, I think we can't also ignore that there's piracy in books as well. People pirate the books into PDF and then they send them around and people read. So that's a dip on sales for me, and it hurts in the sense that the hours you put into writing a book, it's a lot. And when you see your book trending on these PDF groups and you join the group and you say I'm the author and then they block you and things like that. So, but I'm really looking forward also to extending to other countries, because I'm also looking at trying a translation. I just have to look at what language and what country. I think it's exciting. I mean, the literature is picking up. If you look at what the Hlomu series has done now on Showmax, it's not even about this the authors that have been around for the past 30 years. Self-published authors are now on mainstream television. And, you know, I was supposed to be studying yesterday and I ended up watching three episodes of The Wife. And, and when the paper came today, it's sort of like said Hlomba, and then I got back into it. So we can go everywhere. If you look at books, we're going to go very far, and I'm very excited about that.
And those are the connections that we are talking about. Writing the books that speak to us as Africans, that address our concerns, that speaks to our aspirations and dreams and traumas. And, you know, that is exactly what we want, that, you know, I connected with this book, not only the cover, but the content as well. And we start then sharing and promoting through our digital footprints. And I mean, no one can ever take that away from us. I'm going to ask you one last question before we open it up to the audience. Now let's talk about collaborations. I mean, Barry, you can go far. You can go fast alone, but if you want to go far, you need to take your tribe with you. You know, what as a publisher now, what collaborations have you worked on? Have they worked for you? If they haven't worked positively for you, what needs to be done? What are you tweaking?
So we've done a few collaborations, you know, with the bookstores, a couple of them, then also Bookstagrammers, the book clubs, those sorts of things. And I find people enjoy when you physically are there. You know, so there is a lot of traction online. We've done an interview together and we've managed to sell some books from that. But then when we're physically there, people are interacting with you, then you get to sell the books a lot more. So that has worked a lot for us, I think, specifically when we go out and we see the people. So the book tours are really good ideas, you know, because we do the social media, we do the online, and people can watch it later. And then they can tune in later again or whatever. You know, when you get people to come in and sit there, and it's very rare that someone will walk out and not buy your book.
We feel guilty.
It's fine, I'll take mine.
We will take it.
I mean, you gave us refreshments.
Be guilty, buy.
You know, no, we don't. We buy
it's a whole
because it's good.
experience.
Yeah.
It's a whole
It does.
experience
Yeah, it is.
around
Yeah,
it, you know.
it is.
And when what we are trying to do when we do our book launches is really, instead of just having two people sit and talk about the book and then you have your drink and off you go, we really try and sort of make it an event where it's built around what the content of the book is. So again, with the kids' book, we did the face painting with the kids while we were talking about the book. With Pindies, you were there, it was quite an event. It was, you know, it was massive.
It was.
You know, and then with Traded, we did something more intimate. It was cozy, it was in the evening, it was, you know, so that seems to be working as well for us. So, and to come back to what you were saying earlier about getting international, I don't think the authors in South Africa must be discouraged from putting their stuff on Amazon, Ingram Sparks. Use those platforms. The difficult part is learning how to use it. It's the same with knowing how to use Bookstagram or Instagram, putting your stuff on and the algorithms and all of that. Knowing how to use Amazon, to create your campaigns and your sponsored promotions and things like that. And then you're reaching a bigger audience.
Yes.
I think what is a little bit scary is because, it's going to America, it's going here. We've had requests from America and China for our books, but now to get it there in COVID is very difficult.
Yes.
So we had to go onto Amazon and do those things. I definitely think with the book tours in Africa, if we created a platform that was just for Africa, not to exclude everyone else, but they all have their platforms. They have their space. It's fine. We had our own, where we have the Take-A-Lot or the Amazon that's just for Africa, we'd be sharing everybody's books all the time. And I think we'd be, we get a taste of everybody's stuff. And I think that's what we need, and I think there's a lot of opportunity that's coming up at the moment. We need to see it, we need to take it, we need to work together. Like you said, you can go somewhere alone at a steady pace, but doing it together, we can get there a lot faster. So it's connecting, it's keeping relationships like ours going. Nico, we're all connecting all the time. And that way we're selling each other's books, we're promoting, we're sharing, we're talking about it all the time. And I think that's very important.
And you, Funza?
Which question?
Collaboration.
Actually, COVID messed things up because as indies, we actually had tours planned where we would go at our own cost around South Africa. We were planning to go to Mpumalanga because we've got a readership there, KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape, and Free State. So those were the cities that we had planned to go to. Myself, Bosesegile Khumalo, Siphiwe Mulaba, and a few other, published authors. With that, how it works is that now you've got your readers coming in to not only meet you, and they meet everybody else because we have the same people that read Dudu's books are the same people that read my books. So now you make it an event, a day thing where we would have lunch and things like that. And I mean, it was building momentum until COVID happened, and then we couldn't have any physical. So I think we will pick it up again next year where we'll do the tours. It's costly on our side, but I feel like if we keep the momentum, then it will bring results because then, I mean, they want to meet us in person and make that connection. And then afterwards, I mean, you've got a loyal fan for life. And Africa is ready for us. I've got a lot of readership in Zambia, Botswana, and Zimbabwe. And for me, the struggle has been to distribute. I've tried, my first book is on Kindle Amazon. So they are reading through that, but they want other books. But I'm also reluctant because with the dollar exchange, whatever, when it comes to me, it's not so much. But they are keen to have it on, electronic. But then, as Katu mentioned, the piracy. You put your book out there and then it's distributed for free in that.
On Kindle.
On
Amazon.
They have a way of copying it from extracting it on Amazon, and then you find it in that group that has 200,000 people.
And no one is paying a single cent.
That's 200,000
No one is even paying 10 cents towards that. And Katu, what collaborations have you worked on to ensure that you keep connected to your audience and you also grow your fan base?
I think every time an author releases their book, you would know, I get very excited. I've been asked every author, please send me your cover so that I can post it. And I think people warm up to that when they see that authors are working together. We're not in hip hop. We don't have beef and all these things. We're still a small community. And the more we push each other, the better. What I would love to really do is to find an author whose story is almost similar to mine and do a crossover in our books of characters into each other's books. That would be a very nice thing. I love it. I love this show called Law and Order, and they keep on doing that with different cities. I just love and also the road shows. I think it's something that we need to look at. We will have to appeal, obviously, to the First Citizen the president not to lock the country now after elections, because our audience really wants that touch and feel with you, that engagement. Because when they are reading the book, it's almost like they get into your mind. Now they want to see the form. They want to meet you. Instagram is one thing, you know, putting up stories is one thing, and DMing is one thing, but having an engagement, it's so much better. I love that. I enjoy that. That's why when other authors have launches and stuff, if I can go, I always go, because you're bound to meet the same readers. Then they say, oh, you're Katu. Oh, you're not a woman, you're a man. So that kind of thing. I'm looking forward to the road shows.
Yeah, and the way, you know, people have perceived reading, just the change. It's accessible, it's fun, it's not only for the select few anymore. And also because there is this explosion of promotion that has been happening. You know, you don't have to be a book guru to say, like this, buy it, get it today. So it has become very, very accessible, and you guys are much closer to us than you've ever been, because we are forever on your digital profiles. Now, Nico, you have heard, these are your clients, right?
Taking notes.
Yeah. You have heard what is it that they would like to see, what they have planned for themselves. I mean, if you had, Nico, to plan your roadshow, I'm sure by level 3, you would have been somewhere. We were still allowed to go somewhere at level 3.
Yes.
Yeah, you would have started, but it's never too late. Speak to her. Maybe you can start it online. So that by the time you get to Kwantuzuma, they have already.
Is it far
Kwantuzuma?
Do I even know Kwantuzuma?
Kwantuzuma. Yeah, they already, you know, they are already familiar with you. They feel close to you, and I know that it can be very intimidating when we come to you and we run and want to hug you, and we, you know, it's like you're a sister, you're a friend. We know you through the books. So Nico is here. Ne? Nico, what future? I mean, I know you recently started the venture.
Yes.
What future collaborations are you hoping for?
Everything and anything that's possible in the space. I want to innovate the space. I want us to do book reading different, you know, engagements differently. When Kat was talking about the whole cross-character book thing, I was also thinking about sort of like a double book launch, you know, if you've got 2 authors with books that cover the same themes. Why can't we have both of those authors have a launch?
The self-publishing industry has been doing that well. They've had double, triple.
But we're not seeing it
works.
much, you know. It's beautiful. I think, you know, creating more of those spaces, getting more into corporate. Getting those partnerships going. Every year, corporates are looking for speakers, are looking for things to talk about, you know, with the employees. There's different team building things that they do, you know. Let's get into those spaces. Let's get books into that as well. The UK, the US do that very, very well, where authors get booked in corporate events, and, you know, you get 200 books sold in one day, you know. And just engaging more on those kinds of levels. So that's where I want to see myself, you know, just going into places where books are not, you know, traditionally usually are in those spaces, and disrupting those spaces and just getting in there some more.
I
want to
disrupt. I'm going to open for questions from the audience.
This wide audience.
Thank you so much. It's very interesting to me to connect. So I'm just having a fangirl moment because, listen, I read your books and people are going mad because I keep on posting them on my stories over and over. But what I want to speak to is, I think readers, avid readers, have a thing almost like smokers where it's like a puff and pass, right? And I think then this kind of, you know, it's a love thing, but it's actually hurting the author. So I see the whole pirating thing, but also, you know, somebody comes and, you know, you've got your books and you're like, yo, you were reading about this book, and they're like, okay, you know? And I want to read it. And I guess sometimes people do that out of an excitement and a love and an appreciation, without, kind of like it misses them that there's one less copy that's sold, you know what I mean, as an opportunity. So just to, I don't know, I think I'm pointing it out, but I don't really have a solution, for you, because I think, people love and they want to share, and for a very long time, I'm very, very personal about my books. You don't touch my books, I will buy a book for you. You think you like it, it's fine. I think I'll keep it for you. Don't touch my babies. So maybe just kind of thinking and understanding that readers are like that. They get excited and then they want to share the book. And I don't know if there's some sort of, if there could be any sort of incentives in terms of saying that rather, let's buy another book as opposed to sharing, the book, so that we can maintain the livelihoods of the people that are giving us this world that we can escape to.
I think in making those personal connection with your readers, they're actually very protective of us. I know I'm in Dudu's group. When someone mentions the word PDF, that whole group explodes because everybody has her back. And it's the same in my group. When people come in and be like, oh, I was reading Unspoken Truth, it's unfinished. And they'll be like, no, the hard copy is finished. Before I even answer, someone will have an answer for me. So I think what's important, we make the connection with our readers. And then when someone says, I love, because I've had people who have ordered books before, and they'll be like, a friend of mine took it, or I'm buying for a friend and whoever. So they will have that relationship of buying. I wish it could be an instinctive thing that everybody does it, but it's not always the case, because it's excitement. It's, oh, have you read this book here? But once you build the loyalty, your readers will be able to, buy books for their friends or recommend your friends to you. So it's a matter of, loyalty brand, and I think, and that's where you come in, I think. As well.
Just to add, sorry, just another thing, that also maybe from, the PR perspective, I find that when people look at local books from local authors, and a book is selling at, $2.59, I'm just like, isn't that like the average price of a book? That people have a perception that a book that is written by a South African author ought to be cheaper, and yet they are willing, and then, and yet they're willing to pay 400-500 rand for a book of, a story that they can't really connect with. So I don't know if that's also just, if it in itself is also just going to be a campaign on its own to say it is worth that. It's still being published. You're still touching it, because I've heard people, when you go buy a book and then they put it back down because it's over the 100 rand mark, and then they go buy it. It's like, but you just spent the same amount
The
of
internet.
money. It goes to valuing brand Africa. It's the same that happens to all forms of content. If it comes from Africa, we don't think we should pay so much money for it.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
So this is a job that every creative needs to do in terms of educating the market. That if we're going to grow an economy, you're going to have to put your money where your mouth is.
Definitely.
Yeah, I think I read somewhere where a product or a brand said, we don't put our price down to match the client. We keep it the same, and we find the client who's prepared to pay for it. So even with us as authors, you push yourself out there and you make sure you've got the quality work, and people will pay the price. But your previous question, I've actually benefited from that, where people borrow each other my book, especially my book one. Then you will have that person now overtaking the person that borrowed in the book, and they want to buy book two and book three. And then it does expand a bit of your readership. Yes, you lose that one sale, but you might get other sales if you've got a book series.
And you gain a fan for life.
Yes.
We have reached the end of this conversation here, but we could always take it offline. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you guys, the producers of the stories, the connectors, and thank you so much for writing us into existence and for ensuring that you keep us in stories. I also would like to thank the Africa Book and Design Festival for this magnificent session, which is going to be immortalized on YouTube. If you missed it, you can always go back and watch it over and over and over again and connect with the authors. Thank you so much.
Thank you
for having
Thank you.
us.
Africa Book and Design Festival, and we are still continuing the conversation about all things books. And well, this is our final session for the day. So if you are joining us for the first time, where have you been? But you know what? You're just on time to enjoy this last session. I'm going to be joined by Rather, you are joining me on this one-on-one with author Phielo Mofokeng. He wrote A Note to Taiwa, a book on the music of Moses Molelekwa. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us, Phielo.
Thank you. It's lovely to be here. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think let's just jump straight into it. And before we jump straight into it, I'm going to ask you to do the honors and just read something for us that will get the conversation going.
So Moses Molelekwa died in February 2001. So this is the 20th anniversary of his life, of his death, sorry. Moses Taiwa Molelekwa went the way of his ancestors in 2001. He had fulfilled a musical career that spanned just over 10 years. He had started playing professionally in 1988, and he toured with the best, iconic, and successful artists such as Hugh Masekela, Miriam Makeba, and Mekhwa Mkhubata. It was Mekhwa Mkhubata who pushed him on stage and encouraged Molelekwa to strike his path. With a career of only 2 studio albums, Finding Oneself in '94, Gins and Spirits in 2000, and Darkness Pass 2004. A musical note to self and sketches of his work in progress, and 2 live recording albums, Live at the Fin de Siècle Festival 2003, Live in Joburg, and Wampona 2002. Molelekwa's bright career was only in its infancy. By Gins and Spirits, Molelekwa had shaped such a fantastic voice for a man in his 20s. While most of us are swayed by culture, Molelekwa was conducting and shaping it. Soft-spoken, respectful, and introverted, Molelekwa poured his angst into the music with a low intensity that could flare up into a volcano of deeply felt emotion. Therefore, in life and death, Molelekwa's music bridges the old ones, the ancients, and current futurists, says Mpumi Mkhatha of Blackjacks. His music carved a niche for young South Africans to return to jazz, to embrace it, re-listen to it, and reinterpret it, because the music of Moses Molelekwa reaches the nether regions of spirituality, and it awakens things anew. Molelekwa was not a purist of jazz, yet he was not a reckless breaker of its rules. His signature piano virtuosity and versatility in the prominent kwaito and house albums that defined the 1990s for the black youth of South Africa are a monument and testament to his Renaissance vitality. He helped a whole generation to pull itself out of the doldrums of apartheid, to redefine itself and become whole again in their self-expression. Taiwa Moses Molelekwa is the kind of talent that comes once in a century, once in a lifetime genius. Truly, uniquely gifted, it will be another 100 years of sonic solitude before we hear a musical gift that approaches that of Taiwa Molelekwa. His music indicates with every listening session that change is the only constant in life. Change, in its constant state, is the mainstay of jazz. And much like the political and social change of South Africa in the 1990s, from apartheid state to a democratic one, Moses Molelekwa's music is a signpost for this post-democratic change into a kind of cultural nationalism of a new rainbow nation. And for me, it will be a long while before I'm able to write about another defiant, tempestuous musical child of the ancestors, the enigmatic, musically explosive, prolific, and mythically gifted Philip Malumbo Tabane. The end.
The end. Yeah. And that for me was the beginning, because I'm just like, well, the pages look like they're coming to an end, but I want more. I want more. And I mean, what stood out for me in what you just read there is that, you know, Ntate Moses Molelekwa was not a follower of culture. He was shaping and, to an extent, creating. Now, where I want to take it back where you're concerned is, you know, when we speak about writing or expressing yourself or telling a story, a lot of people just struggle telling their own stories and being able to articulate that. You now are telling and sharing a story of someone who is not you. How did you connect with that?
So I listen to music and I listen to it obsessively. I'm one of those people who can listen to one song for a month. No change, no nothing, just one thing over and over and over and over again. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing is that sometimes when it's difficult to write about yourself, it becomes easier to write yourself or about yourself using other people. So when you read this book, it's a reflection of my emotions in some way, but it's also a reflection of my age. That when Moses Molelekwa died, I was fully aware. I was in my early 20s, and so it's a telling of my story in some ways, in some very indirect ways. But also it's also not just a story about me and Moss. It's the story of South Africa at the time that Moses Molelekwa was alive and why he wrote the kind of music that he wrote. And I chose his album, Finding Oneself. I suppose that the title was apt, but it was fitting because, and I think this is where his genius also shows itself. The country was finding itself. He was finding himself. I was 6 years younger than he was. I was finding myself.
Yeah.
But also, I think I was also finding out the music. Even now, I think his music also still helps me to find out certain elements of my life 20 years later. And that is the mainstay of jazz, that it helps us reflect. It helps us meditate in many ways. And some of us, when we pray, we don't go to church and kneel down.
Through music.
We do that through music. And I say in the book that I feel like in his, what I consider his seminal song, the song that summarizes all his musical possibilities, Nobuhle, that Moses Molelekwa was praying, he was meditating. He's not only a performative artist, but he's also a deeply meditative one. And that's what jazz does for me, that it helps me get into the deep recesses of my life. And that is exciting.
And you know, as you're speaking, and I'm thinking about, you know, when one hears the name Moses Molelekwa, they think music, they think jazz. And yet here we sit and we're talking about a book. So this is now art, you know, transcending certain spaces, because now it's going to live through a book and someone's going to pick up the book, read the book, and be keen and interested in the music. Somebody who is interested and keen on the music is then going to be interested in the book. How important is it, do you believe, in the creative space, you know, storytelling, because music is also telling a story, particularly jazz, because you can sit and listen to a jazz story, whether you're creating a jazz song and creating your own story that gives you a form of escape, or you are following the journey of said artist. How important is it that a lot more similar works come to life, like what you've done for Moses Molelekwa?
So, Lesego Rampoloken says, it takes a ripple to make a storm. And that ripple for me was Percy Mabandu's Yakalinkomo, where he writes about one song. He writes a whole book on one song, and the importance of Winston Mankunkungozi's Yakalinkomo, and how that connects to another form of art with it, which is poetry, where Mafigagwa, Life Memory Serves, talks about Yakalinkomo and sound of the cowhide drum and so on and so on. So these things are interconnected, whether we like it or not. Bra Steve painted moss on the cover, and I'm using his art piece. So it's artistic right throughout. My manager was suggesting that we should have a one-man theatrical play on the book. Dudu's book is now on Showmax, so why can't we have a documentary as well?
True.
And so on. So the artistic thread is there, and I think there's nothing that says we shouldn't explore any of them. There's also nothing that says we shouldn't do all of them. And there's nothing that also says we shouldn't be having more books like this. I think the danger or the fear that a lot of us have is that, oh no, I'm not worthy. Oh no, I don't think I can write well enough. Oh no, but you know, I think we are in a time now in South Africa where writing, expression, music, and all of that does not belong to the elite, to the educated, and so on and so on. Each and every one of us has a musical story. I would like to hear a story on the music of Messi Pakela, for example, the disco queen. I'm interested in the music of Zabalaza, of Thandiswa Mazwai. Her first album is such a phenomenal piece of work.
Yes.
And anyone can write that. You listen to the music, you write about how it makes you feel.
Yeah.
You're not writing a biography, you're not interfering into this person's life. You write about how the music makes you feel. And there's absolutely no reason why that should be done by academics or a particular group of people. Any one of us can do that, and I would like to see that very much.
I like the term there that you have coined in terms of a musical story. I like that terminology because to me it's just like a whole new genre of writing, because you are right, you know, and I think it is the legacy of the various artworks as they move into spaces that, you know, Thandiswa, her gift is sharing through writing, but then also delivering it through music. And somebody else will receive it through music, but their gift is in delivering it through writing. So I think...
Or painting.
Or painting.
Or on stage. Or with a camera. And.
You know, I think that is such a beautiful thing. Now, I mean, towards the end there, you say that you think it's going to be a very, very long time before you are touched or you are ignited in such a way that you want to deliver another, you know, musical story. But I want to challenge you, just, you know, briefly. If, for whatever reasons, you had to choose right now somebody, you know, on the continent, in the country, that you think potentially you would like to, you know, kind of tell their musical story, who would it be?
I don't know. I really don't know, because Bongani Madondo says, I don't just write, I meditate on my words. And that is so profound. Because, you know, even if someone came to me with $1 million and said, write about Steve Hofmeyr, I wouldn't, right? So I suppose what I'm trying to say is that to write the way that I like to write, which is straight from the heart, to write the way that I feel motivated to write, I have to connect to the music. There has to be a degree of serious connection to that music. That's why I say, even when I listen to music to write about, I listen to it compulsively. Literally, when I sit on my computer, I can listen to one song for the entire day, so that I wash in this song, and it becomes, it sits in your brain, it sits in your spirit, it sits in your blood. You know, I can write about it 20 pages without stopping. But if I was to guess, I'm very attracted to Thandiswa Zabalaza. I'm attracted to Double HP's revolutionary movement in hip hop of that Motswakwa thing that they did. It was very important for South Africa's politics, South Africa's young people's comment on the democratic society. It was also important culturally that we've had big body of work of hip hop in South Africa in the past 20, 30 years that did not include Setswana anywhere until Double HP made this thing that he called Motswako very popular. So I'm more attracted to that. But at the same time, I'm seriously attracted to Philip Tabane, who one of the most unsung heroes of the struggle and post-struggle music in general in South Africa, and not jazz, because he took Sepedi elements, Sevenda elements, and put them into this one big pot of music that was not strictly jazz, but it's also not this thing that is called traditional music. It was just a fusion of that. And that was so sonically powerful. And it moved audiences. I mean, I like telling the story of Philip Tabane sitting with Miles Davis for 6 months in the US. And so they would go into a recording room or a jamming place, and then they would jam. Miles would blow his trumpet, and Philip Tabane would respond with a guitar. The following day, when they're supposed to record, Philip Tabane, Miles Davis comes and says, "So can we play what we were playing yesterday?" And this one starts the notes, so he memorized what he played yesterday. And Philip Tabane plays something else. And Miles Davis says to him, "But this is not what we played yesterday." He's like, "Dude, this is the music of the ancestors.
Yeah.
I play what they tell me to play. I play what comes to me. I don't score. I don't sit down and write music. If you didn't catch it yesterday, it's gone. It's gone." You know, that kind of versatility and that kind of effect on the musical landscape is very interesting to me. You know, but yeah, I would have to connect to that music in such an incredible way that when I write about it, it doesn't feel like a chore.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah. So that's, I suppose that is the process, I guess. So I don't know who I'm going to write about next. If I write, that is. I just hope other people will take this kind of thing that I'm doing and continue with it, you know. Yeah.
Sure. Oh, man, we could go on and on and on. And I mean, just in closing, in terms of this offering from your heart, from your soul, from who you are, somebody who is now listening and they weren't even aware of this and they're like, okay, I want to go out and get this book. In just one sentence, what is it that you hope they get out of it? Because yes, a reader will always get something different. It's always perspective. It depends on the mood. When I got the book, what was going on. But what is the one thing that you hope they don't miss when they do get their hands on the book and they read it? That, you know, no matter what their perception or their viewpoint of it might be, that this is, you know, something that you wish that they can take away from the book, if there is such.
I think they should understand where things like Amapiano comes from.
They must understand where Amapiano comes from.
Yeah, because Moses Molelekwa fused jazz with Kwaito in the 90s. So what the new artists are doing now with Amapiano is neither new nor different. It's just maybe better. It's just maybe more commercial. But Moses Molelekwa was doing this with Brothers of Peace, with TKZ, and those people back in the 90s. So I suppose, in some ways, he's the godfather of Amapiano. So I hope the younger, the youngins, the skrs will get that. They are doing something new and fresh to them, but it's been there before, and Moss was at the forefront of that.
So that's how we wrap things up. And I think one thing that we can take away from the proceedings of the day and the various conversations of the day is that just like with humans, the saying was mentioned in the session earlier on that you can get somewhere faster by yourself, but you will actually be more sustainable and you'll reach even further if you are with a group. And I guess it's true to the arts that, you know, books, design, music, whether it is poetry, whether it is in terms of painting, writing, stage, as mentioned, all of that, the arts live within each other. The legacy does continue. My name is Okanya Sosiwo, and I'd like to thank you so much for staying with us. Tomorrow is yet another day as we continue on this journey of the Africa Book and Design Festival.